Greetings, and welcome to Channel Other Doc. I am Jim, I use he/him pronouns, and today we are playing Dialect. This is a GM-less story game about language and how it dies. We'll be taking on roles in an isolated community and exploring how their language changes as the factors around them change. We actually have picked out a backdrop of 2081 solar slums, which I'm excited to dig into. But before we dive in, let's introduce everyone. I'm going to ask folks, I'm going to go around and ask folks, we don't have characters yet, so I'm going to go around and ask folks to say who they are and a favorite word, or just a word you like, or just a word you don't hate. And I think as I go around, I'm going to start, if I may, with Elle. Hello.
Hello, I'm Elle. I use these are pronouns. I'm not on camera because in a very cyberpunk fashion, I got a spinal tap on Friday, so I'm lying down. My favorite word is molybdenum. It's an element. It's very fun to say.
It is. I used that in an audio script once. It was delightful. Awesome. And let us... I've got the cameras wrong. So the cameras went weird on me. I am. Let us. Let's see. Who do I have in the back? Let us go around to Danielle, and I shall make you appear in the right place as you're doing this.
It'll be like magic.
Yes. Just like magic.
Hi, I'm Danielle. I'm sort of in the wrong place, but I use she/her pronouns. There we go. I'm in the right place now. Yay. My Twitter handle is @RyRacontour, and one of my favorite words is mellifluous, which is a pleasing sound that flows.
That is a good one. Cool. All right. And now let us head over to Alex. Hello.
Hello. Thanks for having me. I'm Alex Wolf. My pronouns are they, them. And my favorite word is magnanimous, because I used to like to say in school, magnanimous refrigerator or magnanimous table, and it would upset so many people who were particularly the prescriptive grammarians, but it was how I would weaponize language against people just to watch them shudder.
That is delightful. And I just love that so much. And now let us move on to Brian. Hello.
Hi, I'm Brian Cooksey. I was Alex just for a few seconds up there, which was awesome, but now I'm back to being boring old Brian. I know, right? Oh, well. So now that I'm Brian again, I'll introduce myself. I'm Brian Cooksey. I use he/him pronouns. One of my favorite words is portmanteau, both the concept and the object.
Yes. Excellent. Cool. Thank you for the subscription, by the way. That's very kind of you. Very kind of you. So I think one of my favorite words, as people who know me well will probably not find surprising, is Schadenfreude. Which it's just, that slow delight one takes as one sees the world burning. Basically, that's what I use it to mean anyway. So before we dive into the rules of this itself, I just want to make sure I get this announced properly. Like we do with most games on this channel, we're going to be using the X card, the N card, and the O card. If we hit something that's crossing a line for one of the players, any of them can type an X in the Zoom video chat or anywhere else, or make an X symbol, and we'll back up and do something else. If something happens that you're okay having in the game, but you don't want a graphic description of it, type an N in the Zoom chat, and we'll be able to we'll fade to black on it or put it behind a veil. It'll still be there, but we won't go into detail. And finally, if you're in the midst of intense role-playing and you think we might be worried you're really upset out of character, you can put an O in the chat to let us know you're doing okay and that we're good to keep piling on the drama. Something else we can do is put an O with a question mark after it when we say or do something and then think maybe that might have been a little too much. Then everyone else can respond to that to let us know if we're still doing okay. This is, as games with role-playing in them go, this is actually, I've found a bit more chill of an experience, but at the same time, we can, their themes can get, themes and even just individual conversations can get to certain places, and I just want to make sure we've got the safety tools there, should we need them. So now let us dive into this game, which I was trying to refresh my my memory of the rules earlier, and then suddenly I had to do things. So this is going to be a lot of fumbling around to a certain extent, but what stream of mine isn't? So we start with creating characters for this. We've actually, well, let me get to 2081 Solar Slums. This is by Kira Magran. And it reads, when the weather in the U.S. became too harsh to live outside, corporations built high-tech biodomes so people could survive. Anyone unwilling or unable to work for them and live by their laws was stuck in urban slums full of pollutants, fake food, solar burn, and gangs. It's here where we live, a group of rebels who refuse to cave to the cultural suicide that is corporate life. Among the people who are just trying to survive in this consumerist dictatorship is a resistance of competent cyborgs and hackers who oppose corporate life. Here in these neon city streets, you gotta talk fast to make friends, and you need to prove your cred to be trusted. This is I don't do a lot of cyberpunk these days, so I think this is going to be quite interesting. So let me see. As we start this out, let me go to the step-by-step thing, make sure I know what I'm doing. So we pick the backdrop, then we generate aspects. As a group, answer the 2 aspect generation questions and choose your final free aspect. If you're in the Roll20, you should also be able to see this under documents, under the backdrops. I put it in as the first one. So the first question we have to answer, it says for aspects that this setting is going to have, is how have we survived in the harsh UV heat and sun poisoning that affect the city streets? So what do we think about that?
There's probably like a lot of repurposing materials to try and put like tarps between buildings.
Oh, I like that.
Yeah, like not quite tunnels, but like something that effectively blocks out the sun in a similar way.
Yeah.
Ooh. So the dome itself isn't enough. Then I would take it. Are we under the dome, or are we?
We're not in the dome.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's the impression I'm getting.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we're having to build our own protection, like those
Nice.
things they cover houses in when they fumigate them.
So are we like just outside one of the domes? Is that kind of how this
Yeah, I think so.
this might work?
Oh yeah, because that's where we can scavenge the stuff they throw out.
Yeah. So is it okay to go out at night? As far as sunlight goes, anyway.
Probably.
It's probably safer in terms of sunlight if the moon is probably brighter if we've got the sun. But that's not like harmful. That's just a thing. That probably means that there's more predators out at night because you don't need to be able to see as well in the dark.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Nice.
I mean,
Yeah, I like that.
maybe that's part of it too. Maybe it's a more nocturnal culture than
Nice.
Because it is safer to be out, at least from the UV, at night.
Cool. So how have we survived and sun poisoning affects the streets? So I guess that but bringing it to the question itself is some form of artificial it's artificial shade. So is the and for those of you who have played this before, you can help me out here. Is the aspect itself artificial shade, or do we need to come up with an aspect that tells us about the artificial shade?
I haven't played, so I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah, I suspect we need to come up with an aspect, and I like the nocturnal idea because this actually gives us a really good reason for all cyberpunk happens at night anyway. So
yeah.
I mean,
So I think it's not direct, but yeah, I think we're most interested in pursuing the nocturnal aspect of this. I think so. If we can just call the aspect nocturnal.
yeah.
Well, I think, Jim, we're supposed to have 2 aspects.
Oh
aren't
yeah,
we?
we're getting to the second one.
Got it.
In a moment. We started with the artificial shade question, and then we're going to go to slum savvy. And so the first aspect will be artificial shade, and I'll type that in a minute. But as I'm looking at this, let's get the second question up and running. Slum savvy, with only each other to rely on and corporations oppressively controlling access to needed goods. What questionable activities must we do to survive?
Well, all the stuff we want is in the domes, right? I mean, so
Theft.
yeah, I'd say that's number one.
It's probably a pretty healthy black market in terms of like
Yeah,
thieving out of the domes and then selling.
Yeah, probably also a market in like stealing robots or drones inside of the domes and
Oh,
taking them out
yeah.
and reprogramming them because they can do stuff during the day.
nice. I like that a lot.
I like that.
Big
What-
fan of that one.
Is there like and I guess this will be more when we get into the game proper if we want to come up with an actual term for what that process is, but for right now, for an aspect, I feel like we wanted an aspect that might be reflective of robot theft, or something similar. Or do we, let's see. So is it like, it's like hijacking of robots or slicing or whatever the cool term would be? Anyone have any ideas?
Automaton repurposing.
That's a corporate term.
Gosh darn it. However, I will put repurpose into the thesaurus. I plan to have the thesaurus up for this entire game.
Not a bad idea.
Reuse, recycle.
Repurpose, reuse, recycle.
Yeah.
Thesaurus, reuse, recycle.
Yeah, I know, right?
What if we lived in a world where the robots had some kind of sentience, but the ones that we're using are actually ones that we're helping? They're the ones that were decommissioned by the corporations and thrown away, and
Nice.
we actually rebuild them by collecting the necessary parts and bringing them essentially back to life. But they're not the same because we've assembled different, basically, robots to create a new robot.
Society threw them away, just like us.
Robot liberation.
Yeah.
Some kind of like a Frankenstein thing.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah, it's got pieces of like medical bot plus, front end loader.
So
Yeah.
we've partnered with the discarded AI of these corporations who, because as they innovate, they build new and they don't need the old ones anymore. So like any rich society, they just throw it away.
Planned obsolescence.
Yes. So, there are a few different ways we could look at that. So, so like salvage culture could be a possible aspect, or
Oh, yeah.
let's see.
Well, what about like salvage and salvation?
Nice.
Good. I like that. Do we like that, salvage and salvation?
I like it a lot.
I like that a lot. I mean, what about too? This is all very urban, but I'm sure there's people who go out into the ruins of old settlements and old habitats,
Yeah.
scavenge what they can. That sort of fits the salvage theme as well.
Yeah. No. Totally. I love it. Okay, and so then the third aspect is a free aspect. So we get to choose a third thing about this society, about this setting. It's a free choice left up to the players. Together you should pick something that you are interested in exploring, and we'd write it on the last remaining aspect card.
I don't know if this needs to be an aspect, but I would like some reason for us to interact with the people in the domes. Like maybe there's something out here that they want that only we can get.
Black market goes both ways.
Exactly, it would have to. Also, I mean, that helps spell this, plant the seeds of our destruction.
Well, yes, totally, right?
So if the dome is all cyberpunk and they've probably never had to consider the radiation in the world outside, maybe we've, by our nature, generations living out here have embraced more of a solar punk lifestyle. Maybe we have access or understanding of the biology outside and the botany. And so maybe we've discovered a fungus or something that actually over time could protect skin, or if genetically engineered, could actually make us resistant to the sun's radiation.
That's great. Or otherwise be a wonder drug or do something that they need that we no longer require even.
And we lack the resourcing to process it completely. So for us, it's always a temporary solution without access to their systems. And they have no one there who understands botany because it's just a lost science to them. It's not.
Why would they bother? Yeah. I love it. Yeah.
Okay, so
we're rogue botanists.
I support it.
I was about to say, okay, we need an aspect. Rogue botanist sounds good to me. What do you folks think? Do you like that?
This is good.
I like it a lot.
I just really want to get into the mechanics of weaponizing a cactus.
Yes. Okay. Going ahead and retitle the aspect. I'm going ahead and retitling the cards that we have up there first, and then we can, as need be, we can draw more cards out, or I can pull more cards out of the thing. So there we go. We've got our aspects for this thing.
Nice.
Let's see. It says community questions. Let me see if that's where we head next. Or let me look at the chart. My trusty charts. Answer community questions. Yes, that's where we go. Each player should answer one of the community questions provided in the backdrop. So we have 1, 2, 3. We have 5 community questions that should be there on the in the backdrop. And so I think what we'll do is I'll go around. We'll go around again, and I'll have you just basically pick a question and answer it, if that's all right with folks. I think I'm gonna go in this time I'm just gonna go in the same order we introduced everybody, if that's all right. So people can pass if they need to, but I would start with L, if that's all right.
Okay, I'm going to take many abandoned skyscrapers, row houses, and alleyways now make up our slum home.
Mm-hmm.
How do we fortify it against corporate influence?
Okay.
And I think part of that is like redecorating. Like we make paints because, we've got botany and stuff. So we make paints and we paint over like the outsides of buildings. So they're made ours.
That's cool. And also that even goes with the my understanding is that there are things you can do with paints to kind of help when you're setting up sort of your sort of DIY housing. Like for example, during certain times of year, if you want a water heater, you put it on the roof and you paint it black.
Yeah.
Like that kind of thing. So that's cool. And so, did you have anything else to say about it, or do we want to move on?
I mean, also the like reclaimed materials between houses and over alleyways to make shades, and it's like a lot of it has like corporate imagery on it, but it's all kind of patchworked together.
Yeah. Yeah, nice. So patchwork. Just whatever corporate cast-off stuff, materials that they've got there. Cool. So let's go to Danielle. What question do you want to answer?
I think I'm going to take the last one. So with many groups torn apart by poverty, sudden death, or corporations, how have we made our own families? How do they define normative structures? I really like the idea of this beings, because there's so much to fight against here that a small family is not enough. So instead of really having like your nuclear family, you have a much larger, almost collective like family, groups of like 10 to 15 people who live together. Some of that is bounded by love, so you may be there with people who are your own flesh and blood, but not necessarily. And some of it is also skill-based. And, you live with people who can help you hack robots, or people who are good scavengers, who can help provide for you. And I actually really like the idea too, since we're talking about like sentient AIs, that the AIs are part of it. They're not just like a pet, but most families have at least one AI who is an active participant in the family.
Nice. Awesome. And that's the interesting thing, is because cyborgs are also on the table here. Sometimes I imagine it might be just like someone shares their head with an AI. Sometimes.
Sure.
Sometimes. It's interesting. Cool. All right, Alex, what question do you want to answer?
So I think I will go with. There are two or three left, and I'm so torn. All right, I'll try this one then. There are three groups among us, some more friendly than others. Which group is friendly, and what fashion trend sets them apart? How is their activity distinguished from the other two? So this is one of the groups that are friendly, and there's something about them that makes them stand out. And I'm going to say that it is color. A bright, vibrant color, something that isn't something that you wouldn't wear when scavenging or trying to, approach the dorm. Like, they can be seen from, down the market. It's very obvious. Either they paint some of their face, or they paint a part of their body, or a part of their clothing. If they're, cyborgs or cybernetic in some way, maybe they wear a piece of brightly colored metal, something that's gold or silver plated or copper, and it's always the shiniest, brightest part of them. And they are the welcomers. They are the ones who, if someone is forced out of the dome, or if an AI is awakened, they are the ones who help you find your place in the community. They are your found family until you find those you would want to be with for a longer time, so that no one is ever in isolation here. No one is ever alone. There's always, this group that if you approach them on the street or in a shop, or if you were hurt and you needed help, one of them would come to you, because that is their whole reason for being, is to make sure that no one is ever alone again. Something
that's just coming into my head, and we can dismiss this if it's too silly, but it's like I just, all I can think of at first, and it's great. The welcomers, it's great. For some reason I keep thinking of the people that are like welcomers at restaurants and things of that nature, or that have like the name tag. Do they go around with like name tags, things like that, or has that been lost to time at this point?
For more of a corporate angle, maybe, but see, what I think is like, this is those who have taken that idea of how a corporation pays you to serve this function, and more like, so if you've ever had a large family, or like an abuela or something, there's always that matriarch, that person who is there. You can always count on them. You can ask them a question. They'll always answer the door. The door, when, growing up in the Midwest, the door is always unlocked. You could always go in the house, and day and night people were streaming in and out, and it was sort of like that,
Yeah.
like taking that corporate idea and just sort of like making it more like what Danielle was just saying, more family focused. Like, if there was a group that was just everyone's family until you didn't need that family anymore, and then you walked out the door and it was okay.
Is there I think we were talking about different colors for them. Is there a color that they wear in particular, the welcomers, that would set them apart?
I'm going to say turquoise.
Turquoise.
Yeah.
Nice. All right. And Brian, what question do you want? I think you have two that you can choose from at this point.
I will take what is the most at-risk group among the slums. And that's going to be the older generation, because first off, they've been in the sun longer. They are more susceptible to all of the problems. And this is going to be a serious problem, because we're building a society here that's really heavily family based, and we're losing the core of the family. So we are having to, like the welcomers, quite possibly spend a lot of their energy trying to keep the older people alive. And we've got to figure out what measures we're taking to keep from losing the people who remember all the cool stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, that's got to be a serious thing. I mean, healthcare is already going to be a kind of a critical issue out here already, and just that that's a thing that's definitely just very naturally going to come up. Okay. That's sort of so whoever the elders are, they are. We try to have the Wolfmers kind of try to help take care of them a bit. So that leaves me with a monopoly on real foods. The corporations have left us to fend for ourselves. What synthetic foods sustain us? So let's see. I mean, I could go for it's synthetic foods. That's interesting because I figure, with this kind of culture, solar culture, we're trying to grow our own stuff for the most part. But if there are synthetic foods that are still out there, that's the thing, is if they've got a monopoly on the real foods, that's interesting. Maybe they've got more arable land in there.
Hydroponics.
Yeah. So, I mean, I don't want to. I'm not going to go the Zombieland route with this. But I think there's probably this delightful, and I say delightful ironically, this sort of gelatinous thing that is, and I remember I got this from a movie. I can't remember which movie, but it comes in, like, usually it comes out in discs. It's kind of about as solid as the thing if you like put fruit in Jell-O and you leave it somewhere overnight, so it's kind of like it'll still be the shape of the bowl if you take it out, that kind of thing. So it's kind of like Jell-O, and it we have at this point we have like 3 colors of it left. We have green. We have yellow, and a sort of weird off red, sort of slightly darker red, and I'm not entirely sure what it is, but it is supposed to have the necessary nutrients to sustain life. Just barely. The necessary elements to sustain life, but that is perhaps not entirely correct. Like, you can live on it, but you really need something else. So people have had to make up for that in a number of different ways, either trying to grow their own food or, getting body parts replaced. So yeah, the Jell-O discs, or whatever we want to call them. Gelatin discs, if we don't want to be sued. And those are the questions. Okay, so let's see. Next thing we're supposed to do. Assuming I have this. Here we go. Next we get to naming your isolation. So determine what your community calls itself. Any ideas? I don't think they're going to call themselves the Solar Slums necessarily. That would be, sort of a term of opprobrium. Like we're at like the outside or something.
Yeah.
Something involving getting burned by the sun.
Yeah, because a lot of needlessly optimistic terms seem like they'd be kind of corporate, where it's like, we call our settlement Hope, and it's like
Yeah.
Right.
I'm now looking up different ways of saying sunburn.
The Edge.
Ooh. The Edge is good.
Or the Twilight, if we want to go for something that's, you were talking about like a nocturnal culture almost.
Oh, yeah, like Nightsiders or something.
Yeah, but that lets us kind of sit the line between the daytime and the nighttime.
That's cool. And twilight, dusk, anything around that.
Yep.
Yeah. What do we think? Anything that's been said jump out at anybody?
Well, I would call it Night City, but we were not wanting to get sued.
Oh, that's
so.
I like Twilight. I like the Twilight.
Okay. Yeah, I'm fine with it.
Yeah, that'll work.
So, is it like the Twilight, or is it just like Twilight?
We could just call it Twilight. I don't think we need the, especially if it's a name for like a city.
All right. Yeah. The settlement of Twilight outside of dome number 5,328 or whatever dome it is. Okay, cool. Outside of the Amazon dome or whatever.
Right.
No comment.
Yes, I know, right? Excellent. Okay, so there we are. Going to. You know what? I'm just gonna, instead of keeping turning to this page, I'm just going to look at this thing that is okay. No, wait, it doesn't have nearly the information I need on it. That's all right. Okay. Back to this page. Let's bookmark this page, Jim. There we go. So now we get to creating characters. So to begin, we deal 3 archetype cards to each player. Each player then should pick one of the archetype cards. So let me go ahead and deal out cards here. So these voices deck, this is what we got. So I'm going to deal 3 to each of us. Okay. And I shuffled them earlier. So let's see. Okay, we should now each have 3 cards that you can look at. So you pick one of the archetype cards. In doing so, they should read the card and say which aspects they'll be focusing on with their character, and then give an introduction. Introduction should include name, role, and relationship to the aspects as prompted on the archetype card. Now, when I played this before, what we did was we read out the stuff from the cards, then we took a moment, and so we went around once and we read stuff out, then we went around again and did the introductions. So if we're good doing it that way, then I figure we'll just do it that way. So this time I'm going to ask who wants to go first. Has anyone decided which voice they want? Okay. Oh, one is immediately leapt out at me.
Same here, actually. I've got out of the 3, I have one clear choice.
Okay. Brian, do you want to go first?
Sure.
All right.
Let me get over to where I can read the card. Oh, I need to pick an aspect though. Hang tight.
All right.
Okay. I'll work on that one in just a minute. But I'm going to be the explorer.
Okay.
We rely on you to venture beyond what the rest of us do, to push the boundaries and uncover new potential, which implies maybe I'm operating during the day, or at least during maybe like just at sunrise and sunset even. People talk to me about the unknown. I identify with all of the aspects, but I know that there's undiscovered potential in one, and I'll figure out what that one is as I remind myself what all the aspects are.
Ooh, okay. Cool. So I guess if that's the one you're going to be holding on to, you can probably go ahead and ditch the others. You can like drag them out of your hand.
Oh, does that? Okay.
If you want, just to somewhere south of the game board.
You can drag them out and then delete them.
Yeah.
Oh, I see it. Yeah, because that's gonna take up the whole freaking space. Okay, that's fun.
So yeah, just put them either just delete them or.
Yeah, I'm working on it.
Or.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. Who wants to go next?
I can go.
Okay.
So the card I'm choosing is Protector. Steadfast and secure, you are the shield that guards the isolation, either from outside or within. People talk to you about safety. You identify with all but one aspect, and you fear the remaining one. And the one I'm choosing as fear is Rogue Botanists.
Excellent. Interesting. That's very interesting. Cool.
I know what mine is when you're ready then. So my name is Luyu Atvius. And people just call me Luyu or Lou. And the card that I am picking is Magician. No one understands how you accomplish what you do. You have your secrets. People talk to you when they've exhausted all rational options. I identify with only one of the aspects. My secret lies within it. I identify with Rogue Botanist.
Ah, okay. Cool. All right. Well, let me go ahead and pull out the ones that I'm not using.
I think I've got mine.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
So I'm going to do the celebrity. We all recognize you. Silence descends on any room you enter. Heads turn. People talk to you about the latest gossip. And it says, I identify with only one of the aspects, and it made you famous. So I'm going to choose our black market trade with the dome and everything that kind of goes along with that. So almost like a Robin Hood type figure. Go from the rich to the poor.
All right. Let's see here. So I'm taking Scrounger. Because I saw it, I'm like, okay, this is totally part of the big part of the setting. Something's in short supply here. We rely on you to provide whatever scraps of it we can get. People talk to you about getting what they need. And it says you identify with two of the aspects, and one of our aspects is causing the scarcity. So, let's see. Nocturnal, Salvage, and Salvation, and Rogue Botanists. That's interesting. Okay. So, I think the one that I identify with is Salvage and Salvation, at least. I identify with that one, and I've got like two of them? Yeah, two of them. I'm wondering if this, from my perspective, I guess Nocturnal is going to be the closest one that I think is going to be causing the scarcity. Possibly. It's a little weird, right? Because not directly. But Rogue Botanists were basically, that was the way that we're trying to figure out how to do things. So if we take that as causing the scarcity, that would also be that would be weird. But this is sort of I'm taking this to mean that there's a broader context here, and that we can sort of figure it out. I think the most obvious way is for me to say that it's like there are certain things that would only be available perhaps during the day that we can't normally get. Certain things that are done during the day that we can't be out for. because they're under the dome or whatever. So I think, yeah, I think I'm going to say nocturnal will be the, it says one of our aspects is causing the scarcity, at least from my character's perspective, I think. We'll kind of go with that. Okay. So now we've kind of got that down. I think now one thing we can do, I don't know if you want to do this or not, but just as a way to remind everyone, we can actually resize these cards. I was thinking about going ahead and just sort of picking since there are 5 sides to this thing, going ahead and just having it out, just sort of as a reminder of what we're playing, and that might be helpful.
How do you resize the card?
So you click on it. Let me see. Do you get when you click on it? Do you get a resizing thing? Do you get little blue boxes around it that you can grab hold of and make it bigger or smaller?
Nope.
In that case, I will do that. I will do that for you if you don't mind. If that'll be all right. Just so that way, I'll make it a tad easier. Yeah, it looks like you've got the ability to tilt it, but not the ability to resize it. I'll go ahead and finish taking care of that. Okay. And let me know if you want me to. Let me know if that's okay. Is that okay? Do you need me to change anything?
That looks good on mine.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. Cool. So now let us dig further. Give an introduction. Introduction should include name, role, and relationship to the aspects as prompted on there. Okay, so we were all doing this kind of probably simultaneously. So the only one who did this correctly was Alex. That's all right. So let me see here. I'm gonna go ahead and get these our character names up on the overlay.
Actually, Jim,
Mm-hmm.
it would definitely be helpful for me if we went around and just like kind of said it one more time with like names and
Agreed.
like, one whole sentence. If that's cool with you.
Yeah, absolutely, no problem. I think that's good. So, there are names to choose from on the thing, and I'm not necessarily going to hold anybody to that. If they've come up with their own sort of names they want, I plan to also dig into the fantasy name generator, which is grown massive, and because it's got cyberpunk nicknames on it as well. I'm gonna look at that as well. There's a lot of different ways one can go with this. But if there's a name on there that you like, I'd say go ahead and take it. I guess we'll go around once we've got that. Do we need to take a minute to sort of figure all that out?
I have mine.
I have mine.
I have mine.
Excellent. So I'm the only one who's behind now, which is as it should be. So let's go ahead and go around usual order, and hopefully I'll have a name by the time we get back to me. So I'll go back to Elle and ask you to go ahead and do an introduction for your character.
Okay, so my name is Feldrog, Found of Wall. I am a repurposed AI who is now Protector. I identify with Nocturnal and Salvage and Salvation, and I fear rogue botanists. I use Vivis pronouns.
Okay, and can you either send to me in Zoom chat or just spell for me that name again?
Yep.
Okay, excellent. So I'm going to go ahead and put that up on there, and I'll also put the pronouns, which if you can remind me what those are again, just because
I'm gonna put the declination in the Zoom chat real quick. It's Vivis.
Vivis?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Alright. Let me see if that's... There we go. Alright, there we go. Okay. And we'll go ahead and continue going around to Danielle.
All right. So my character's name is going to be Nova Dare. She, her pronouns. And so I'm the celebrity once again. So I don't know if I can read it anymore. But
Sorry.
the aspect that made her famous is salvage and salvation.
I can re-embiggen it if you want.
Nah, that's okay.
Wonder if I can make a copy of it, and then it's like we can always keep. I can. Okay. So I'm going. So having re-embiggened that copy of it, can you pick that up and put it back in your hand? Like right click and.
Let me find out. Take card. Yes, I can.
Excellent. Okay.
Awesome.
So I'll be doing that in a moment. So let's see. What was the character's name again? Could you go ahead and just send it to me?
I will send it to you in the chat.
Awesome. And whilst you're doing that, let us go around once again to Alex.
All right. I will also type my name in the chat super quick for you.
Awesome, thank you.
You're welcome. So my name is Luyu Atvius, pronouns they, them, theirs. People call me Lou because some people struggle to say Luyu as two distinct sounds. And I am the magician. And the magician is no one understands how you accomplish what you do. You have your secrets. People talk to you when they've exhausted all rational options. I identify with the aspect rogue botanist. My secret lies within it. The thing that people know about me, it's probably the worst kept secret, is that I worked, I'm new to the community, maybe only been here 8 months or so, and I worked in the hydroponic farm inside the dome. It was a bit like being a fine artist at MIT. No one understood or respected what I did so long as the plants didn't die. And I have found myself here. People don't know why I'm here. And I have been experimenting with the fungus, or, botany that is the thing that might potentially keep us safe from the sun one day. But because of a series of failed experiments, I have a bunch of scars on my hands and my forearms and up my arms, where it got out of control and spread almost like a skin-eating disease. But my partner, an AI, managed to help me, and through a series of grafts, I've managed to keep use of my limbs, though I've lost a lot of my fine motor control.
Okay. Nice. All right. And let's go ahead and move on to Brian.
I am Zeno, capital Z, lowercase n, capital O, which is the formula for zinc oxide. I had another name a long time ago, but I've never lived in the domes. So I'm not one of the elders, but I'm one of the older of the non-elder generation. Before the domes came up, I was a wanderer to begin with. So I was already out, and I just basically stayed that way. And as people kept getting kicked out of it, I landed in this community, and I got the name that I have because I'm always carrying the maximum sunscreen on me, and for that reason, I am more active in the daytime. Never during the worst of the solar radiation, but a couple of hours on either side of night, usually. And so I'm able to venture out while others can't, and I bring things back. So I do identify with all of the aspects. The one that I believe there is hidden potential in is the nocturnal one.
Okay. All right. I think as for me, I'm going to go with the name Shaw, and I think there's a there's probably a nickname hiding in there somewhere, which we'll figure out which I'll figure out in a bit. But returning once again to go over what I've got the Scrounger, which is something's in short supply here. We were aligned to provide whatever it was you can get. And so I go and I basically it is my business to I think I sort of trundle around in this cart that I sometimes I have things that I can plug into. So I have a little bit of cyberware that allows me to do that and control this vehicle that I try to take around to the different places in Twilight to try to get things for folks. Kind of a bit of a fixer, sort of in that regard, trying to just sort of find stuff people need. I think I'm on the cusp of becoming one of the elders that needs to be taken care of, but I'm just sort of gradually replacing myself with different parts until such time as I can't do that anymore. It's rare that one sees me outside of my wheels, but I can go out of them probably. As far as the as once again identifying with two of the aspects, I identify with salvage and salvation, and I also identify with the rogue botanists because I have to work with everybody to try to help keep things running and having everyone survive. Different people need different things, and one person's trash is another person's salvation, as it were. So just have to just always trying to find people's unique needs. But I think that one of the biggest problems is this that's making it a lot harder to trade, and so as sometimes one might need to with folks under the dome, is this day-night cycle issue, and it's not that as I think we said at the top, it's not that going out at night is safe entirely. It's just safe from the sun. So one has to do what one must to survive when there are others also hunting for the same things you are. And I'll just sort of leave it at that. Now, if folks don't mind, I think we'd have to request her to go to break for a few minutes. Would you folks be all right with us going to break for just a little bit now that we've sort of determined our characters? We'll be back.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Awesome.
Sure.
Well, we shall be back shortly, and kind of dig into this. See you in a moment. All right, we've returned. We're probably going to be, I feel like we're probably going to be breaking maybe like every hour depending on how things go. But let us continue now. I've got the, everyone should be able to see their names up on the overlays if you're looking at that. So now where we are here is, so we've gone through creating characters. We now have the turn structure. So we begin the game by dealing 3 age 1 cards. I got to summon the age 1 cards here. So I believe we're done with the voice cards. So I'm going to go ahead and send them away. I'm going to banish them, and I will summon the age 1 deck. So here we are. So I'm going to deal 3 age 1 cards from the language deck to each player. And then we have turn structure, which I'll get into in just a moment. I'm going to go ahead and shuffle these cards. And I'm going to go ahead and deal 3 to each of us. Okay. All right. So we should now each have 3 cards from age 1. Okay, the structure of each turn, unless modified by an action card, is make a connection, play a card from your hand on one of the aspects for the current age, explain why the isolation's language for the concept of the card has emerged from that aspect, build a word, communally build a word for this new concept based on the connection from the previous phase, have a conversation. The player whose turn it is should pick a subset of players at the table to have a conversation prompted by the text at the bottom of the played card. Any player at the table can end the conversation after all participants have demonstrated their relationship to the new piece of language. And at the end of your turn, draw a card for the next stage, unless you're in age 3. Okay. At any time, a player may discard a card from their hand in order to introduce a variant, a word that is related in some way to another language item already defined. Draw a card for the next age after defining a variant. So that's also a thing that folks can do as we go through this. Do you want me to start this one, the round off, just by way of demonstration, or is someone dying to go first? I'm good either way.
I'm still reading through my cards, so I'm good not going first.
As long as I'm not first, that's fine.
Okay. Let me see. Yeah, I'm actually probably gonna.
I just need 2 seconds to read through the cards as well.
Yeah. Me too. I'm just now realizing I haven't looked at my cards yet. And these are good words. Okay.
I've never played this game before, but I have a card I'd like to do.
Awesome. So I've picked out which one I want to use. Let me. I'll go ahead if you don't mind. I'll go ahead and I'll start just for a way of demonstration, which means I demonstrate my inability to remember how I play the game. But I'll draw this out and I put it on one of the aspects for the current age. So, and it emerges from that aspect. Okay, so. So this is going to be a word for wonderful, or for a shared moment of wonder, perhaps. A vision of hope, milk and honey, and all that is good. May we fill our days with it. And I think that's going to come. That could come out of a couple of different aspects here. I think that. Visions of Hope, Milk and Honey. I think that's going to come out of the Rogue Botanists. So I'll bring that over here, and I'll make it bigger later. And the way in which that relates to it, I think there is this sort of concept that they're There's sort of this ethos that they have that would necessitate this idea of hope that we're going to be able to grow our own future, basically. So that's that part. Then we build a word. So communally, we have to build a word for this concept based on that connection. So this is where we start figuring this out. Now, they have we can do this a number of different ways. They actually, I think they have, like, if we want to get into really deep linguistics, they have charts and what have you that you can also access here. When I did this before, when I played this game before, we just sort of played around with sort of word ideas, word sounds, and just sort of came up with a thing. But what I'll start with is, does anyone have any ideas or thoughts about what sort of word that comes from rogue botany that could be this sort of concept of wonder?
Green.
Green.
It's the color.
Nice.
It's the color of plants, which comes from botany.
and we don't see it much.
Exactly.
I like it. Yeah.
On from the world, so it
I
has
like it.
a sense of wonder because we don't see it.
You know what I like the idea of too is that the one of the processed food colors was supposed to be green, but we don't call it green because it's not. It's a sort of an off shade. So
it's not like that puke green that's like more green brown.
It's drab.
Yeah, we don't consider that green. Green is this idea. I love it. Okay. So if we're good with that,
I can't improve on green.
Yeah. Okay. So language item. The language item is green. Awesome. Okay. So that's what we've got there. Now have a conversation. The players whose turn it is should pick a subset of players at the table to have a conversation prompted by the text at the bottom of the played card, which, again, I'll re-embiggen it, a shared moment of wonder. And so any player at the table can end the conversation after all participants have demonstrated their relationship to the new piece of language. So now, I need to pick out a couple of. I need to pick out at least a couple of you to have this conversation. And I don't know if I can't remember if it's something that I think it's one of those things where you can have your own character involved, but you don't necessarily have to. I think that's how it is. So
Yeah, you can.
I think that. Let's see. Do we want to lean into conflict, or do we want to lean into just sort of having this come about? So who was down with the rogue botanists and who was not? Can someone remind me? Because I know
I am not down with them.
And I identify with all aspects. There's undiscovered potential in one, but for me, that's nocturnal.
Okay.
I only identify with the salvage and salvation aspect.
Okay. All right. I feel like this should be a conversation between Zeno and at least. This is weird because we're trying to figure out if it's if we want to. I don't know if I want to stir conflict this quickly.
About another 2 hours. There's plenty of time for conflict.
That's fair. This could be. I should probably actually add these to the cards we chose, like, to the overlay so that I can remember. Who had the magician again?
That would be Luyu.
Okay. I think this should be a conversation between Zeno and Luyu.
Got it.
Wherein this term is wherein this term occurs, and what do we think? When and where do we think you would be meeting up?
I'd be coming back to town after several days away, or let me rephrase that, after several nights away. And I figure Luyu and Zeno probably have a really good relationship because they, I mean, he brings in stuff from the outside, and Luyu's sort of able to interpret it that other people may not be able to. Oh, that's it. I'm bringing something cool with me.
Yeah, I can at least take the first pass at identifying all of the plants because I have the latest knowledge, being one of the newer people from the dome.
Perfect. That's the way to do it. Yeah, I found a thing. Okay.
Awesome. Excellent. And a shared moment of wonder can happen. Okay.
So I tend to when I come back into town, it tends to be like either right at sunrise or right at sunset. No, never mind. I leave at sunrise, so it'll be right at sunset. So you may have heard that I'm looking for you, and I've put the word out that I need to talk to Luyu.
And we'll say that I meet you. My partner's always with me, and I meet you with my partner. This kind of abstract collection of parts with multiple arms, and maybe one head, maybe no head, depends on the day. My partner wears heads like some people wear hats, and we meet you wherever the trucks dock, whatever.
Perfect. Yeah.
Whatever that looks like. Is it a tent? Is it just like a plot somewhere?
I think it's a tent. I think that makes sense. It's probably one of the larger tents. The trucks can stay outside, but we need a place for the people working on them to keep out of the sun when if they have to do anything in the daytime. So I'm and that makes sense. I've got a vehicle so I can range farther. So I'm just bringing it in, and the only reason I'm bringing it in is because it needs maintenance. But once you're there, my eyes light up, and I wave the two of you over.
I just kind of incline my head, and my partner waves 6 of their 12 arms, and we come walking over, and I keep my hands clasped in front of me, just kind of one hand holding the other. Zenu, welcome. What brings you here so early? You were not due back for some time yet.
Well, the truck was about to stop being a truck, so I thought I would let the people here look it over. But I'm glad that the timing worked out like it did. I was out farther than I'd been in a long time, and the old fields where they used to plant stuff, and they had. Every now and then you run into one of those robots that's still actually working. And I look at your partner. I'm sorry, synthetic people. And anyway, sorry, I got excited. And I go into the back of the truck, and I bring back just a grubby oil-soaked cloth that's been folded over a few times. And then as I open it, there are 2 leaves. They are still not lowercase g green, but they are different from the leaves that we have seen before. So, and the reason they're different is they don't have the little nodules on them. They haven't been eaten by the mutant locusts that are out there. For whatever reason, these are still intact, and I say I picked these very carefully from a much larger plant, and it was clearly attached to some kind of root.
And you see, while you're saying this, as you open the package, Luyu's face just lights up, and they turn to their partner, who carefully picks up one of the leaves and holds it in front of Luyu so they can examine it. And Luyu looks up at you. Do you know what you have found?
I don't.
It is the locusts don't eat it because it is not nutritional. There is nothing in this that will help you if you are thirsty or if you are hungry, but it is delicious. It is a candy. like a natural candy. It is something that we have in the dome now, that actually, because it became so coveted, they farmed that land to nothing. And it is a wonder that it still grows. It had become almost a delicacy, something to be served at the end of a great and complicated meal. And you would place it on your tongue and let it melt. But you know what is wonderful about what you found? If you found it from a rooted plant, oh, so this is so green. It is, I can root it, I can grow it, we can make our own. And maybe we could sell it back to them, or just keep it for ourselves, and it will make so many people so happy. Oh, you cannot wait till you have tasted it. It is the most wonderful and delicious and green thing ever.
You tell me how to harvest it. I will bring back as much as I can.
Just as you had done, find the plant that is large and rooted. That is the mother plant. And carefully remove these nodules from it. Make sure you always remove it at the base, and then let them dry in the sun. And once they are dried, then they are safe to transport. These look like they have dried enough that I will be able to replant them, but if you bring me more, within a month's time, we should have at least 3 or 4 budding plants, and by the end of the next solar cycle, we should be able to process it into candy.
Wow, that is green. All right, so I'm heading back out there as soon as this truck is fixed and I get some sleep. 2 weeks,
Yes.
I'll have more.
Yes, and please, we have talked of this. When you go far, take extra supplies. Please do not. It is dangerous out there. Those, as my partner has told you before, it is not that the other sentient bots are dangerous. It is that they are stuck sometimes in loops, and they may see you as an enemy or as something they are meant to care for. So please be careful.
And actually, the second one of those is worse. I've learned that the hard way. Well, thanks. This is great information.
Awesome. Yay. Let's see. Okay, yeah. It's after any player at the table can end the conversation after all participants have demonstrated their relationship to the new piece of language. I think we've had that. Awesome. So, at the end of your turn, you draw a card for the next stage unless you're in H3, so I guess I will do that. Let me go ahead and shrink Wonderful back down so that it's no longer taking up huge amounts of space here. So that's out there, and so let me open up the next deck here, the H2 deck. I'll shuffle, and then I'll just draw a card from that. And then we pass play on, it looks like. So I think we're just going to keep going in the same order that we introduced everybody. So Elle would be next.
Okay. I have a card that just says create a word.
Ah, cool. So pair with any aspect and create a word for an concept linked to that aspect. You define the concept.
That's cool.
Desires revealed.
Yeah, so I'm going to link that to salvage and salvation.
Nice.
Awesome. Okay. So yeah, that means that you just pair with any aspect.
Yeah, I think that the concept is like it's like becoming someone else. It's like a change in your frame of thinking.
Oh, okay.
Like this is something that bots go through when they're like deprogrammed and reprogrammed. But it's also something that people who come out of the dome go through.
It's like not a conversion, but some kind of metamorphosis, maybe?
Yeah,
Ooh,
it's like a metamorphosis of thought and of your like frame of reference.
Yeah, you were designed with one purpose, but now you get to choose your path.
Yeah.
Nice. Okay.
Okay, and this is when you leave the dome, is that right?
This is for people who leave the dome.
Okay, awesome. Sorry, I'm just making sure I got everything together. Okay. So yeah.
All right, but I like that it also applies to AIs that have shaken off their programming.
Cool.
Yeah.
That is cool. So let's see. So Heart Build a World.
It's like the processing made it.
Oh, we get to use the create a word instructions.
Yeah, I'm looking through them now. This is gonna be fun.
So there are two groups. There's the basic ones, which might be easier this time around, and then there's the more complicated linguistic, like.
Yeah, I agree. I like the basic idea.
I think I'd rather go with the basic for right now. It's all right.
I think, yeah.
We struggle for purchase against the cliff face of this game that we are sending.
For people who do have the book, the basic is on page 52.
Excellent. So I shall turn in my hymnal to page 52.
Super basic linguistic stuff. All words basically have a root and an affix, and you can ignore all the other stuff about inventory and whatnot.
Yeah.
At this point, I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, Jim, it's like make a word that sounds good.
That sounds about right. Yeah. Focus on the sounds of the root itself and choose what makes you happy. Yeah. So this is just basically what we like.
What about something that uses a root around nativity? That's Latin for birth.
Yeah. Good one.
Yeah, and this is actually also for folks looking under the down under the handouts in Roll20. It's down there under simple rules under the create a word category, which I think is at the bottom. From on my screen, it's on like at the very bottom.
It's on the bottom of mine too.
There it is. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
Well, this is your word, Al.
Yeah. Yeah, I like the is part of nativity. So
nice.
That is like a central bit, and then there's bunch of affixes. Maybe tliv, TLIV, because if it's like it was stretched out to live, and then it just kind of got compressed into.
Oh, cool! Yeah.
I love that.
That's cool. Yeah.
To live, awesome. Okay, so that's the word to live.
Yep.
I like that a lot.
Excellent. And that's that's attached to salvage and salvation?
It is.
Awesome.
All right. So what part of speech is that?
It's the process. So
Okay.
that's like it's a noun. It's like you
Yeah.
root live.
Nice. Okay. Yeah, I could.
Sorry, Zena. No, go ahead. I didn't mean to talk over you. Sorry.
No, I was done.
I was gonna say it reminds me of Tokimeko, the spark joy.
Oh, yeah.
So in Japanese, Tokimeko doesn't actually mean spark joy. It's a concept. It's an idea. It's something intangible that you can't translate. That's what I like about Cliv. It's this feeling. It's this untranslatable thing that only those who have felt the process can express.
Excellent.
Right. We can spend a few sentences trying to define it, but it is its own thing. Yeah.
Neat. So, Elle, you get to then, I guess we're moving to the conversation portion of it. And so you get to pick characters to have a conversation about wherein this word is referenced. And the prompt for the conversation is desires revealed.
Okay. So who has lived in the dome? Feldra has, and I know Luyu has. Who else? Has anybody else lived in the dome, or is everybody else?
Yeah, Zeno has not.
Yeah.
Nova has not.
I think Shaw might have when they were very young, but didn't have a lot. Yeah, actually, it's about how old are they? Are everyone else's characters, or more particularly Luyu and Zeno?
I get the sense that Zeno is slightly younger than Shaw,
Okay, so Shaw probably
but older than Luyu.
Okay.
that's the spectrum in my head. I'm not sure if that fits with everyone else's concept.
I think Shaw probably lived in the dome at one time then.
Luyu's in their 50s, and predominantly because Luyu lived in the dome.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
But actually, it might be interesting to see a conversation between someone who can express this concept and someone who doesn't know this concept.
Oh yeah, good point.
That's what I was thinking. So I was trying to figure out who has and who hasn't.
Well, I mean, just to throw this out there, Nova hasn't had a scene yet.
Yeah.
No, and I feel like Nova, for all that she hasn't lived in the dome because she's this sort of Robin Hood type figure, she probably is one of the people who's like helping to rescue deprogrammed AI and get them out, or or helping people who want to leave the dome get out. Like those are the sort of connections she has.
Yeah. So maybe Nova, Shaw, and Feldra.
Okay.
Okay.
Maybe Nova's brought in some like new AIs who are like going through this whole process, and Feldra's come over to check on them, and Shaw, I don't know, Shaw does stuff with parts.
Yeah. Well, I'm just looking. I'm probably am coming by just to see if anything fell off the truck, but also to see if there's anything to be, if there's anything left over after the process that can be repurposed.
Well, and I feel like because smuggling them out of the dome is probably a difficult process. Maybe the AIs have to be brought out in something that isn't like. Maybe they don't have a physical form. Like maybe they have to be brought out on a drive or something just to get them out of the city and then rebuilt.
Yeah, I get the feeling I'm hanging around Vulture just to see if they want to trade off anything.
So this is, I guess, at sort of Nova's, I don't want to call it a welcome center, but but the welcome center for new people to Twilight and AIs.
Yeah, what does that look like?
I think for Nova, we talked a lot about families earlier. This is sort of her family. This is what she does. She's probably a member of the Welcomers, the group that we discussed before. So this is her home. And, a large enough building where she can house all the people who she's brought out until they find a family for themselves here in the community. So big building, probably some kind of very large warehouse type building so that there's plenty of space. Not a lot of walls. She's not that type of person. She doesn't like walls or domes. But big open space, rooftop overhead to keep the sun out. But comfortable enough, whatever she's been able to scrounge. It's probably how she knows you so well, Shaw.
All right. So I'm just sort of pulled up in my vehicle and just sort of leaning forward and sort of watching to see what's...
Yeah, so when you pull up, you have a vehicle, right?
Yeah.
Nova will come out. She's wearing her turquoise, probably a scarf or something, wrapped around her mouth. I wave at you, and Shaw, come on in.
I just sort of tip my miner's hat and so kind of get out. It's like a glorified golf cart, basically, this thing that I'm in. And I get out and I grab my cane and I unplug and I set the golf cart to security lockdown mode as I am wont to do, and which basically is just basically anyone who touches it is going to get electric shock unless I turn it off. That's basically That's it. And,
The zapper, not the clicker, the zapper.
yeah. It's all right. I kind of hobble over. Yeah. So, getting in stuff. Yeah.
Yes, I've got a whole group of new AIs that have been deprogrammed and are ready to start their lives here.
Ah, that's good. That's good. And
Felder's on her way to give like an orientation of sorts.
Ah, okay. I don't want to miss that then. I just want to take a look and see what's what.
Come on in.
Yeah. And sort of we'll come in.
And she'll take you into like big space with couches and chairs. So everything's sort of mismatched but very homey. And maybe there's some like drone type AIs in here, fluttering around off in a corner somewhere. And
Sort of wave at them, sort of poke a couple a little bit.
it's always so wonderful to see a new Tliv.
Is it? Is there?
Why would it not be?
No, it's. I worry that when you start to live, that you have expectations. I don't know. It's I just worry they're going to come out here and expect something wonderful and then not find it.
Surely this is a better life than being beholden to the corporations inside the dome.
Oh, that it is. Well, yeah. I mean, it's not a good trade-off. I can tell you that. But you gotta take what you can. But yeah, I mean, you don't want to. Better out here than under their feet.
Well, and for them, I mean, the corporations threw them away. Without Tliv, they would cease to be.
I think it's at this point that Feldra arrives and kind of Feldra is very sturdy. V is made up of a bunch of different parts, but they're all like kind of, like those old laptops which are built like bricks but will survive anything. Feldra's kind of built like that. And comes up behind Shaw and puts a hand on his shoulder and says, "Have you found anything interesting, Vulture?"
Just sort of just starts to sort of smiles like, maybe. You you buying?
No.
Well, hard to say then. Hard to say. Gotta keep things running though. That's kind of why we're here. That's want to help these folks. Help these folks to live. Yeah. Shaw is getting it wrong because he has absolutely no idea what he's talking about.
Yeah.
We'll just sort of cut in a little bit to spare Shaw the embarrassment. And Feldra, it's lovely to see you.
It is of course always good to see you, Nova.
We have a new group of AIs to welcome to Twilight and to live.
I heard that's why I came. I know how difficult the first few days of Tliv can be, and I want to make sure that they could see someone who has gone through the other side.
Any help that you can give would, I'm sure, be greatly appreciated.
Of course.
Nova will call the other AIs over and sort of let them all settle in like an audience, sort of like story time, but for AIs in this setting. And she'll get up in front of everyone and say, we welcome you to the Twilight, to help you with your first days here. I would like to introduce Feldra. Feldra came from the dome and has some things that we would like to share.
Yeah, and Feldra steps up, and Via's obviously not super comfortable in front of a captive audience like this, but is doing her best. And it's like, yes, I'm Feldra, Found of Wall. I was like you, and I was rescued, and I have gone through to live. I have been reformed. This was not the body that I was made in the dome, but this is the body that I am now. And the rest of you will adapt as well. It is different out here. It is harder and it is easier. And together we can help. And Feldra's kind of like running out of words to say that make sense, and just kind of looks over at Nova.
Assuming Nova and Feldra have a prior relationship, is Feldra okay with some sort of physical contact?
Yeah, Feldra is.
Then Nova will reach out to just sort of lay a hand on her arm for support, and say, as you can see, to live is a process which can sometimes defy words. But know that in these days, as you go through this change in your lives, that I am here, that Feldra is here, that all of the citizens of Twilight are here to support you.
Yeah, I'm good with that being the scene.
Me too.
Yep. Cool. I just wanted to see what the ceremony was like, really, more than anything else. Excellent.
About ceremonies.
All right. So that's the conversation phase. So, Elle, you can draw a card from the next age deck, and then the turn passes to Danielle.
All right. I have two that I like, but one of them we sort of already touched on, so I'm going to go with the other one. So it's going to be honorific, a term to show a particular level of respect or deference in the isolation it may be earned or given. And I'm going to put this on... I'm going to put this on Nocturnal because I like the idea of, particularly since we've established that elders are sort of in danger. I see this as being something that there's a lot of respect given to age and to people who have survived many nights in this society.
Now we must make up the word.
Yes.
So something to show deference or respect. What do we think?
And tied to the nocturnal side of things. Ooh, standing up to authority too. I realize that's the scene, but
Yeah.
I just did a thumbs up for standing up to authority. All right, so let's see.
Something about night.
Yeah.
Right. And also, we obviously have a great deal of respect for our elders.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Also for really also for the welcomers.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I'm looking at the. I just put night in the thesaurus, and one of the words that came up is eventide.
Ooh.
And which also includes tide, which can also mean tidings, which is also ties into welcoming.
Ah.
So maybe something that might be a play on that, maybe.
I like that.
So something that you would, because it's honorific, so it's like a title.
Yeah.
So something that at least in the way that we do language, you would stick like before or maybe after someone's name even.
Or even in replacement of their name, like son.
Oh, yeah, or professor or doctor or yeah.
This is going to sound so silly, but one of my favorite cacti is I think it's called the Seguro cactus.
Yeah.
The one that grows the arms because it takes so long to grow.
Mm-hmm.
And they grow so large over like a century. There's just something, like I've seen the ones in Arizona, there's something very magical about like something that old standing that tall. So maybe there's something about like, like night and standing tall against the night or something.
Right.
I like that image.
Let's see.
Or like, I like tide because it's like standing against the tide almost, or standing with the tide. I don't know.
Rise.
There are night blooming cacti.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. A lot of cacti are very active at night because, night, and that's when it rains.
Here.
See if I can find the.
Tender advance.
Who was it? This was you, Danielle? This was
me.
What do you think?
I love all of these images, and I think the best visual we've come up with is this cactus at night, silhouetted by the moon and the stars.
Maybe a play on the word silhouette.
Yeah, I was thinking that maybe silhouette is a beautiful word.
Yeah. Like silotide or something.
I like that.
Yeah. Silotide. Yeah, that's good.
Are there any shortenings of it that people use, or is it always the full Silotide?
Danielle?
Maybe you can shorten it to Sil,
I like that.
because Sil is very short. And
that seems like a natural derivation of it.
Yeah.
Cool.
But if you're in a situation where it really calls for full deference and respect, you can say out the full Silotide, but otherwise it's just Sil.
I like that.
Oh yeah, it's like when you're talking to like your family or something, you might just say Sil, or like an older sibling, you'd say Sil. But if you're in like a room of elders making a decision, everyone is Silotide.
Yeah, very cool.
Awesome.
Or like if you've got like a friend who's a little bit older than you, who's like bossing you around, you can like, okay, Sil.
I love it. So, let me know if this is how we want to spell this.
That works for me.
I like it.
Right. Awesome.
Okay, so the scene is standing up to authority. Let's see. Trying to think who would have a connection to this. Feldra, you are aligned with the nocturnal aspect, correct?
Yes. The one that I am afraid of is Rogobotanist, so I identify with the other two.
Okay. And we established that Lou, Zeno, and Shaw are all older. They may have this title already. It's honorific already.
Well, it does raise the question, though, if Lu would ever be called that, because Lu being from the dome, maybe it's something that only people who are even respected within Twilight get to earn.
Or it would be a really big deal once they were called that.
Yeah.
It could be a point of contention in the community who calls Luyu Sil and who doesn't.
It would be interesting, actually, to hear two people talking about that. Like, who actually gets to be honored or, like, spoken of in that fashion.
Well, maybe that's our scene.
I like that.
Maybe the authority position here in Twilight is that Lu shouldn't be addressed as Sil, and our conversation is amongst people who believe they should have the title of Sil. So let's see. That means we can't pick Lu.
No, but I like this.
Yeah.
This is basically the story of Lu's life in Twilight. People talking around them.
Yeah.
So I'll put myself in this because I think Nova, based on who she is, would believe that Lu should get that title. Zeno, I know you have a good you have a relationship with Lu, so
yeah, Zeno would agree with you. So
Zeno, and then would Shaw or Feldra, would either of you take the opposite position?
I don't know how Shaw feels about Lu yet. It's I haven't gotten good enough grasp of all the
play to
characters
find
yet.
out. Play to find
out.
out.
Don't make it play to find out. Yeah, I guess I could take the opposite position just to play to find out.
So then I think this scene is Nova and Shaw and Zeno, probably all at like maybe at a restaurant or a bar, just sort of getting a drink and relaxing a little bit and gossiping, right? That's very much Nova's area. It specifically says on my celebrity card that people come to me with gossip.
Oh yeah, cool.
So the three of us are just kicking back, having some ale or whatever alcoholic beverage we have here. Does anyone want to start?
Just kidding.
I just want to say you're drinking fermented cactus juice.
There we go.
Now you can talk.
That's it.
There we go.
That's it. Cactale.
Ricea.
If you told me 20 years ago you could get beer out of a cactus, I wouldn't have believed you.
The times are a changing.
You can say that again.
It's not much we can't get out of a cactus these days.
That's true. I mean, that's it's amazing stripping those things down these days. It's fascinating. Just all the different varieties.
Agrobots haven't figured out what to do with them yet, so until that day, we are. Well, I mean, I wouldn't have known what to do with half of them if it hadn't been for Seyalıoğlu.
What's that face, Shaw?
Oh no, it's just. It's not. No, it's nothing against Lulu. I mean that. It's just I remember. Lulu used to be kind of different. I remember them back in the day, and it's just sort of just so strange seeing what they're doing now compared to what they were doing then.
Well, what were they doing then? Nova is young, for context.
Can someone,
like a young firebrand type.
Because Jim cannot hold anything in his head, apparently, can someone remind me what Liu does now so that I can backtrack through history and come up with a thing?
Luyu is a botanist for Twilight, but worked in the hydroponics plant in the Dome.
Okay.
So fed our corporate overlords and now works to keep us fed and safe and runs strange genetic experiments with plants sometimes.
Ah, excellent. Good.
And we still don't know why they are here and not there. So,
Well, I just remember it's Lou we had to get a kind of a trade running from some of the stuff in the hydroponics plant back in the day, and it was just kind of just say it's just these days it's been like a total 180. That's all I.
Well, they went through TLIV. I mean, that's sort of the definition of TLIV.
Can I just confide in you that I think I've been using that word wrong for about the better part of the last decade? Oh, well.
Huh.
That's funny.
I'll be honest with you. On that side of things, I'm a little iffy on that one too. But that's because I was never over there.
Well, I mean, it's heck. I mean, if anyone, like I said, I am generally in awe of Luyu's skill. They if anyone finds something green, it's usually them. But it's just that it's not a magic trick. That's all I can say. They were trained in the they trained in the hydroponics. That's what they're all going through for that end.
So Luyu has done so much for our community.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
We're all eating better thanks to them.
I totally agree.
So it's a matter of I mean, I kind of see where you're coming from, but I don't know that the old guys like us need to necessarily stick on quite that much tradition. But hey, call them what you want. I'm not gonna go either way.
I mean, it's I don't. It doesn't matter to me what folks. If you want to, I think it's great. I think it's great that Luyu's getting recognition for what they're doing, and I think it's great that people want to do that. It's so hard to keep up with all the new titles that folks want to come up with. That's all I'm saying. It's just, for me, it's I just stick to getting stuff. I've been doing the same thing for 30, 40, the better part of 30 years now myself. No one changed how they talk about me, so I got no idea on it.
Look, I understand what you're saying. I spend a week or two at a time away from here. I come back and everything's different. So for me, I've just kind of decided to roll with it.
I think that's a healthy attitude to have.
And speaking of healthy attitudes, I'm buying another round.
Cheers to that.
Absolutely.
More cocktail, perhaps.
More cocktail.
Oh, someone make a card for cocktail.
Bad.
Do it now.
Cocktail.
I think that's the end of our scene.
Okay, yeah. And so now you can draw an age 2 card, and then play passes to Alex.
I would just like to say that I am so pleased that no matter how far civilization falls, we will find a way to get drunk in the end.
That's the most important part.
Intrinsic characteristic of humanity.
So true. All right, so I will be playing filler word. Sometimes we need to fill the air and stall for time. This unique way of gathering space to speak is particular to us. And I did want to talk to people about it, but the one thing that I thought it should be tied to was salvage and salvation, and something to do with the sound of sand. There's this phenomenon in the desert called singing sand, or like a singing desert, and it happens when wind hits the dunes, and it creates this sort of like unearthly
Nice.
rumbling, singing, like vocalization almost, but it's very unique to the desert. And I figure it is something that fills the void around us and something perhaps that we have incorporated into our language. And probably the word should be short, maybe 1 or 2 syllables. But yeah, aside from that, that's what I thought it should be tied to, but I hadn't put otherwise too much thought into what that sound could be. It could be sharp, it could be soft, like or hard, like a no. So
I think it should be full of sibilants
I would
because
think sibilants too, yeah.
of the sand thing. Like, I mean, it could be something as simple as sh or s.
I was thinking like cess or sus or...
Ooh.
Yeah.
Yeah. And like sussing things out.
Because if I'm reading this right,
that
this is
also-
basically going to be our right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think sus is also good because not only you can connect sussing things out, figuring things out, sus, with salvage, because you go
Oh,
assess
nice.
salvage that you're
Yeah.
So we're going with cess then? Cess?
Or sus, or
Sus.
or cess for
Sus or
assess,
cess,
or
either.
sus for sussing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which
I think either works.
Yeah.
They're very similar. It's just...
Yeah.
I think sus comes from assess. I think that's why what the
Yeah. Good call.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, cess then, or is it sus?
You pick.
Yep. Your word.
All right, let's go with sus then, and
Okay.
let's say it's SUSS,
Mhm.
but it's one of those vernaculars unique to our linguistics where we kind of let it softly trail off, so it goes sus.
Nice.
So it's like
Yeah.
a rise, so it has an accent. It has a rise and a fall, and the strike is in the beginning, so it goes sus. It's kind of like
That's a good point because it's got to be a word you don't even realize you're saying.
right.
Yeah.
nice.
Because I don't know how many ums I put into things until I listen back to one of my podcast episodes. So yeah.
Yeah, I had that experience too.
Yeah.
which is why editing takes me forever.
Now, we could have a conversation with this, or Jim, I'd be happy with this too. Maybe once now we've defined it, we just kind of let this pepper the rest of the conversations that we have throughout the game.
I think that's cool.
Yeah, I'm fine with that if you want to.
Yeah, I'm totally fine with that.
Okay, yeah. All right, we'll just go ahead. Someone is left speechless. I think that just to remember that'll happen at some point.
Well, I was thinking it would probably be a dialogue potentially between Lou and oh, my brain just blanked. Elle's character.
Feldra.
Feldra, thank you. Between Lou and Feldra, because we probably don't have a lot of things to say to each other without getting a little nasty.
Yeah.
So we could play that out if you like. Sus.
I think that's basically. It's possible that we just did. I don't know.
I think you did. Yeah.
But no, if you want to do
Fair enough.
a scene, that's cool. But if you want to just incorporate it into others, that's cool too.
I think incorporating into the others would be nice.
Sure. Okay, so if that's the case, then just go ahead and draw another an H2 card, and then turn passes to Brian.
Okay. I am going to do term of endearment,
Ooh.
and I'm going to tie it to nocturnal. For a couple of reasons, because nocturnal is the thing that we have that the biodomes don't, and I am open to suggestions on what the word should be. I don't have any for that yet, but just to read out the card. It's an affectionate name to call someone in the isolation. Using this word is deeply meaningful, and we remember the first time we say it. So it's a big deal. It's not just like, pal.
Maybe we should build it off of one of our other special words like green or clay.
Good one. Let's see.
And how are we putting into nocturnal? I'm sorry.
Well, we aren't yet,
Okay.
but I like the idea of sticking it on nocturnal.
Affectionate name to call someone in the isolation.
Because their other options are rogue botanist, which doesn't make a lot of sense. Salvage salvation could, but nocturnal seemed like the most natural to me.
I mean, it's like it could be something where like I will stay up until like the sun is up, until it's dangerous to spend time with you.
Oh, hell yeah. There we are. Okay, so something like that. And I like the idea of it I like the idea of it not being romantic, where it's deeper than that. Where like you might call someone with whom you have a romantic relationship this, but it's because they are also even more special to you.
So this is the person you'd risk the sun for.
Right, precisely, and that's good. So yeah, I like that a lot. But okay, I mean honestly, the phrase is good, but I'm trying to think if we could come up with a word that.
Well, soul, kind of, being like soul for sun, but it's short.
Yeah.
Dependent.
Yep, I'm trying to combine sun or soul with something else to.
Yeah, because it started out. I would walk with you in the day or something like that.
It's like soulmate,
and then it
except
got
they
short.
take the you out.
Yeah. And then it got sunmate, right? Something along those lines, or
sunmate is pretty. I like that.
Yeah.
Like sun, just like Sun May or Sun Ma, like something.
I like Sunmay. First off, I like the way it sounds, and just like MAY, just like SUNMAY. If that works with everyone else, I like that idea a lot. And you've got not too many people in your life that you would call that.
Yeah. Yeah, and then that also will keeps it distances it enough from mate that it can be a more general term.
Oh, good call. Yeah. It goes even deeper than that. Yeah, that's nice.
Yeah.
All right, so.
Oh shoot! Now a scene. That's a good one. Let's see. What do we have? I'm open to suggestions on who's in the scene too.
I mean, it seems like Luyu has a Sunmei in their partner.
Oh, I think so.
Ooh, yeah.
This is true. Luyu does have a Sun May.
Yeah, and like so, Luyu and how about the partner's not there? Like Luyu and someone else. It's like one of the few times, for whatever reason, we see Luyu without their partner. And
yeah, I like that.
And then, so Luyu's having a conversation with someone else, and then refers to the partner that way, or just the subject comes up.
No, I like that. Like it's like just like it's a word that's just so organic to us that I don't even think about like using it. I just use it.
Yeah.
Okay. And who would I be talking to?
Let's see. I mean, honestly, just from previous relationships, the natural idea is Zeno, but if anyone else wants to do it, I'm good with that too.
Do we have long distance communication so that can we communicate?
Oh man, I bet we do. Yeah, that's good.
Yeah. So maybe we're just checking in. Like, this is one of those moments. There's a clearing in the solar storms, and we have a connection. Very nice.
It's been a few days. You're making sure I'm still alive. That kind of thing.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Fair enough. I'm out in my truck. And I think you have to contact me though, because I don't want to risk. I'm paranoid about the guys in the biodomes. I don't want anyone to intercept it going the other way.
Okay. And so we'll say that I am hailing Xenu on some apparatus we have cobbled together from various parts by the generosity of the AI that surround us in Twilight.
And in the truck, it is actually focused through an ancient CB radio. So I've got the actual transceiver in my hand, and I get the ping.
Xenu, are you there? Xenu?
Luyu. Yeah. Things have been going about as okay as they normally do. Should be heading back in another 3-4 nights. How's stuff back home?
Good, good. My son May was worried for you. You know how they can be, always caring and far too concerned about others than for itself.
Yeah, I get that. They're good people, though. I'm glad to hear that. It's man, hold on to them, because you get out here, you see things. I'll just say that, and it's nice to have those anchors.
It is.
And you can hear the unspoken. Yeah, that'd be cool if I had that in his voice.
I left so much to be here, but it was worth it to have this one in my life. We will talk when you are back. I will buy you a cocktail.
Well, I'm bringing back some of the new stuff I found, and with the sugar content in that, I mean, I'm thinking we can make some pretty impressive hooch out of it. So that one's on me.
We will. They have rooted the ones that you have left with me before. We will make something wonderful with it.
That is 6 kinds of green. I will be there as soon as I can.
Green. Cannot wait for it. Safe travels, Xenu.
And then, yeah, I think we're good.
I love that conversation so much. So yeah, that is the end of your turn. So you go ahead and take an age 2 card, and we're going to have a transition into the next age.
Got it.
But I think what we're going to do is go ahead and take another quick break. And we'll start considering the age transition while we're on break, and just sort of start figuring out what we want to do. So we shall return shortly. All right, we have returned once more, and we're I think we're going to be taking so with our age transitions, we have two paths to take, and I believe we're taking the one on the left. This is an event to foreshadow the end of the isolation. It finds its way into all conversation and is impossible to ignore. And the what we have is digital advertisements start hacking their way into people's neuro interfaces, telling of the beautiful life lived in the lush corporate biospheres, with entry-level packages being offered for simple labor. Who among us is drawn to this, and who resists? And so that's what we're looking at for everything upcoming. I think when we transition to a new age, let's see.
Looks like we evolve an aspect.
Yes, that's right. So we have to pick one of the aspects to be left behind, replaced actually, and we bring the other two up.
Okay.
Hmm.
So what's transforming? Is it nocturnal? Is it salvage and salvation? Or is it rogue
I feel like
botanist?
nocturnal stays. I don't see how this would impact that.
Yeah, maybe salvage and salvation is becoming less important because we're figuring out how to grow stuff.
Yeah, that could be.
Well, and maybe too the people who are making a living doing salvage. It's it's a hard life. Maybe these packages appeal to them on some level.
I saw the doom coming the moment the moment after we made the decision. I'm like, yep.
Yeah, maybe like you're saying, it's not that we've salvaged enough, it's that now that we have this connection, we have another avenue, and maybe it becomes more negotiating with more diplomatic democracy.
Yeah, and then we have to play by their rules at least to some extent, and that opens the door.
Yeah.
Yeah, good one. Okay.
And so I don't know. I think the words are still. Now this is where it gets. Let me see. Do we bring the words forward as well, or do they get left behind? That's the question. Evolve and decide when you're asking. Move the unchanged aspects into the upcoming age in the tableau. Leave the replaced aspect where it is and replace it in the new to the evolved version of that aspect. I think we probably still have the words, but it's. I
think that's right, unless you have a reason to change them. Yeah.
This is.
I think that the cards that we play change the words.
Yeah. So let's see here, and actually, that's spoiler alert. It's what I'm about to do, actually, also. But when we get to my turn, so we'll go ahead and we'll put a new aspect in age 2, and that replaces salvage and salvation. What do we want to call it? Just negotiation or something more specific?
I think that works. Yeah, that's it.
Are we good with that?
Yeah.
Okay.
I kind of like this is for the aspect, the card that's on the table now that says aspect 2 on it.
Yeah.
I kind of want to keep like the other half if we can, though. Like maybe what we're losing is salvage, but not salvation. Mm-hmm. Sort of like how we're trying to rationalize that through negotiation we get salvation.
It's actually that I like that better.
Yeah, so it's not salvage and salvation, it's negotiate for salvation.
It's almost like we've compromised our principles over the past.
Yes.
Yeah.
So is it just salvation, or is it like call for salvation, or is it
Actually, I like the negotiation for salvation, because that is just creepy.
Mm-hmm.
I can't. that appeals to me on so many negative levels. I'm
Very
all for it.
cyberpunk.
Yeah, it is. See,
It is.
I know.
It fits the setting very well.
It's awesome. Yeah.
It does. It does. So, it does come back around to me for my turn, and I'm actually going to use the card that I drew from the Age 2 deck.
Do we get to? It says optionally discard a card and redraw from the upcoming age.
Yes.
Can you do that?
Sorry. Yes. Everyone may do that if they so desire.
And upcoming age being age 3 in this case?
Well, this is age 2.
I think this is between ages. I think that we
Yeah.
discard something from age 1 and we draw something for age 2.
Yeah, I believe that's
Gives
Okay.
you more age 2
Okay.
options if you want them.
Yeah.
Okay, I like that idea. I'm gonna do that too.
Yeah, I'm gonna cause the age 3 deck to appear in a moment anyway, but yeah, I think I am gonna do that also.
Okay, so we can discard one card and then draw one new
Yeah.
card. Cool.
Right. But it has to be from age 2, so I am doing that now.
Ooh, that's a
Okay.
good one. I've drawn 2 that are going to work really well with what just happened.
Okay. And if anyone needs me to deal a card to them, let me know. But you also can just draw from the deck.
And for the card we play, it can be any card in our hand, right? It doesn't have to be from age 2?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. That's good, because my age 1 card is perfect. So
Oh, and I think this card I just drew confirms we do not move the words. We need to keep the words in the ages where they were created.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, because there are cards that are going to ask us to draw on words from previous ages.
Ah.
Mm.
Oh, there
Okay.
you go.
Yes.
All right.
But that's cool. I mean, the words are still with us, but we
Yes.
link them to the ages in which
now.
we created them. Got
yes, for now.
Exactly.
Helps us
Right,
to track
exactly. Yes, okay.
Yes. And I just had to draw this one card to remember this.
Yeah, that's cool. Awesome.
Good to know. Okay.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to play, when it comes to my turn now, I'm going to play this card, Hyperbole, which is an action. What was once a common word now packs a greater punch. Its meaning is now much stronger than it once was. Make a connection, pick a previously defined word, explain why this change in gravity has come to be, skip the build a word phase, and I'm going to choose to live. I think that because I think that the meaning of that word had to evolve
Sure.
when this started happening, and I think it is probably even more. I think it is probably now even more about trying to resist the ads that just sort of
nice.
appear in your head. It's about resisting mind control.
I like it.
So it's not just about changing and finding a new life. It's about finding a new life and resistance. Being more determinedly carving out your own self, basically.
Very nice. Yeah.
I love that. That is a change and resist.
Yeah.
That's beautiful.
It's a rallying cry.
Is.
And I think what I'm going to do, and we talked a little bit about this in the during the break. So the prompt for the scene would be mountains out of molehills. I'm gonna say that maybe that'll come up in another scene.
Yeah.
And just subsume that into the future things that are going on.
Yeah. Let's all keep in mind that it's a bigger deal now.
Yeah. So to live now means so much more, and I think I don't think we'll have trouble remembering that because it's been rather central already.
I like it. Yeah. Yeah. I'm with you.
And so all I need to do now is draw a from the Story 3 deck, the third age deck, and turn passes to L.
Okay. I'm going to get my hand up. Play this card, New Ritual. With the passage of time, our routines change. A new daily ritual has become common in the isolation. Define the new ritual and name it. So I think this is either something about negotiation, or it's like coherent time that you spend with friends, like specifically because you know that you're kind of all going through this weird intrusive advertising thing, and it's like time to connect with each other and yourself.
I like that. I like that a lot. Like this is almost the equivalent of unplugging from the internet for a brief time and spending time with people who are physically near you.
Mm-hmm. I don't have any good ideas for what to call it.
Oh wait, do we have to tie it to an aspect? That might help.
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
With the passage of time, our routines change. Isn't this a new is?
It says define the new ritual and name it, but it doesn't say tie it to an aspect.
Or is that just something that we do every age?
I thought we did that every time.
Okay.
That's a good question. I think we would benefit from tying it to an aspect, just as far as like having something to a prompt.
To me, the rogue botanist seems like a good one to stick it with, because to my mind, that's the one that's the most separated from the negotiation one.
It's the most like hopeful for the future.
Yeah.
I mean,
it could be like time where you there could be like a tea ceremony type thing.
Oh yeah, and maybe
nice.
something like sewing or planning related.
Yeah.
Or maybe even just getting away, right? Because if the ads have invaded our space, do we sometimes move even outside of our space, like maybe into the desert at night? Just, maybe there's a ritual to that. Like, we have this like tea ceremony at night on the sand dunes or something.
So I'm playing with some stuff in my head, and I like the idea of using the D prefix. But if it was like de-advertising, you could shorten that to de-ad, which is the same letters as dead.
Hey,
Yeah,
let's head out in the desert and de-ad for a while.
Ooh. I like that.
Can't beat that. I think that's good.
Elle, are we good with Diad? Or do you want
Yeah.
Okay. Awesome. Grab a card. Actually, I'm just gonna copy one of these other ones.
But the funny thing is when you write out Diad, it also looks like dead.
Ah!
Yep.
I've been writing down all the words, adjectives or nouns or verbs.
I'm sneaky like that. That's
So, and sorry, this is tickling me on something.
Yeah.
Yes.
But de-ad with a hyphen, that's what keeps it from being.
Right. Either that or stick some kind of accent or diacritical mark over the A.
yeah.
Or we say we pronounce it dead, and maybe that word means something completely different in our.
Oh, nice.
But I just love the
Yeah.
look of it.
Well, I also like
a
it-
dead connection.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I like maybe it started out as de-ad, but yeah. Like I did, you did, they did. Yeah.
Oh, it's one of those things where, like, depending on who's saying it, right? If I'm saying it fast, maybe we
Yeah.
just swallow the word.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is so good. There's so many things we can do with this. I love it. Okay. And Elle, you get to...
Oh, yeah, I get to do a scene. I definitely like Luyu because of the rogue botany connection. Let's see, we haven't seen Luyu and Feldra and Shaw in a scene together.
True.
Just trying to like figure out groups of people who haven't interacted yet.
New combinations.
Yeah, new combinations.
Yeah. So it could just be a thing where we're out during the some taking daily time to de-add.
Yeah.
And or at least maybe Nova and Luyu are, and
Not Nova Shaw.
Nova. I'm sorry. Yeah. Where Shaw will sort of come out upon. What am I doing? Okay. Yeah. So. Who all is in the scene? Remind me, please, because again, my brain seems to not be working terribly well right now.
I'm in the scene. You're in this scene.
Excellent.
Luyu's in the scene.
Okay, there we go. I have no idea who is where. Okay, so like maybe Luyu and Feldra are out doing the Diad thing, and Shaw might not be participating in that as much, but is coming out at the very least to either making deliveries or what have you. Or
yeah, Feldra is not directly participating in the ceremonies. V is watching closely because V is afraid of rogue botany.
Ah, okay, that's fair. Okay.
Actually, would V get along with Luyu's partner, or would the fear extend to those in Luyu's orbit as well?
I think that they have a better relationship than Feldra and Luyu do, because I think that there are probably fewer like AI who have gone through to live who are doing like big stuff in the community, so they kind of run into each other a lot.
So then maybe my partner's name is Stim. Maybe Stim and Feldra perhaps are sitting off to the side kind of together. Like Stim is aware of the discomfort and is trying to do that thing good partners sometimes do to build a bridge between two of perhaps their most favorite people.
Yeah.
Cool. So what does this look like when you are de-adding? Is there like an actual ceremony type thing involved, or is this
Yeah, what does it look like for Luyu?
Well, Luyu being from the dome, it's probably going to start with a little meditation, just, listening to the sound of the sand and to all of those sounds of the outside that you just can't hear inside the dome. And just sort of letting that just sort of like wash away the noise and the intrusion upon your life and your space. And then, it just kind of, after, a few moments of that, it just sort of breaks out into a communal time where we discuss, but we talk intentionally of innocuous things that would not make people uncomfortable or worry, because we have other times and spaces for that. This is to make people, to give some reassurance in our connection and in the joys, the green things in our lives.
Mm-hmm.
okay? All right.
Yeah, so I think that Feldra and Sim have been communicating. They probably have some kind of way to communicate without talking, because they're both AI, to not interrupt Luyu while they're meditating. And then once Luyu finishes, Feldra kind of sits up a little straighter and, in a show of good faith and trying to be friends, says something innocuous, and that is, "The moon is very large today."
Luyu looks up at Feldra. Yes, I suppose it is that time, is it not? The equinox approaches, and well, if there were an ocean, I'm sure we would see it in the water. It is beautiful, isn't it?
Yes, it is beautiful.
How do you find the tea this evening?
It smells good.
And Stim is, because Liu has their hands clasped kind of in front of them in their lap, Stim is making tea and helping Liu drink it, because Liu can't lift the cup on their own. And yes, Xenu has been harvesting a new type of flora that we have started using in this latest batch. He has been, well, it is delicious. I don't know if it is worth risking the distance he travels, but Xenu insists it is.
You probably hear the golf cart coming before you see it. When you come around the corner.
We use it as I turn and I'm like, oh.
Hey. Sort of little, start pulling up. Ah. Oh, that's good. You're talking. Yeah. Oh, hey. And actually, so it's, I think primarily is looking for Lydia. I got that focuser you're looking for. Managed to pick one up.
Oh, lovely. Please hand it to Stim. They will carry it back for me. Thank you. Thank you.
And just sort of start handing it down. Just sort of look down at, look over at Veldra. Ah, how you doing?
I'm taking time to de-add.
Right. Yes. It's. I think that somebody was working on a blocker for that. But I did get a hold of a couple of drives that if you're in need of space, if you're looking for that, I think it's got some of the the previous generation anti-ad stuff on it, so it doesn't clear out all of them, but it does at least help out with that. You want it?
No, I'm fine.
All right. Well, you know where I am if you need it. But yeah, I need to get out here pretty soon. Start and take some time to de-add myself. It's getting inbox gets a little full. He says, just sort of tapping a thing on the side of his head. That working out for? I just sort of now address more to Lou. So working out all right?
Yes, it is. It is good to be away. It is good. It is good to remember that there is a bigger space beyond the dome. That de-adding is good. It is very good. How have your travels found you? Are you green these days?
Well, fair to admit, yeah, it's doing all right. It's and actually you will notice probably that he actually has more recently replaced a couple of his minor things on his vehicle a little bit. They're not it's not like huge things, but he's got there's a new tire. One of the tires is more new, and he actually has one of his just one of his cybernetic attachments is been slightly upgraded. It's nothing major, but little things that maybe somehow gotten a hold of the last little bit. No, it's been all right. It's you do what you gotta to kind of work things out. I'm navigating it. It's a new paradigm. Let's just say that.
It is a new time for all of us, I think.
No kidding. Well, I got a couple more deliveries to make. Do you let me know if there's anything you need. I can. I'll try and keep an eye out for it.
Always, always. Though, of late, I am not sure if it is what we need or what we want that drives us more.
Ain't that the truth? Well, hopefully we can keep that in our heads. It's you got all that Tlivin to do. Yeah. Still using. All right. Well, I'll.
Will you and Stim just kind of look at each other like?
And he's gonna turn and just start trundling back off.
Feldra kind of sighs and says, "He's never used that word right."
And Louis just starts laughing, and my apologies. No, he has not, but his heart is in it. It is a thing that only a few of us may know. Is that not so?
It is. It is so. I'm good with that being our scene.
Nice.
Excellent. Excellent. Okay, so go ahead and draw a story 3 card, and then I'll.
Yep, I drew it.
Move this over to. Move this over here. All right, turn passes to Danielle.
Stir up some conflict.
Dun dun dun.
Dun, dun, dun. So this is faction.
Oh.
Emerges within the isolation with a strong opinion on how things need to change.
Okay.
I think this fits really well into our deepening of the meaning of Tliv and the move to negotiate.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
So this could be one of two things. This could be the group who sees, who feels like we should increase our relations with the Dome and supports people moving back in, or this could be the group that is proponents of Tliv.
Yeah.
And who want to preserve our ways. I could go either way on that.
I agree. Either one works.
Because the awesome thing is, I think you're going to get both. But go ahead.
Yeah, I love anything that'll let Feldra yell at somebody about Tliv.
So maybe this is the group that emerges that changes. Like there are those of us who believe in what Cliv stood for when we went through it, and now this new group is changing Cliv maybe to mean the opposite, the return.
Oh, sure.
Oh.
Ooh.
So we're like the Tliv loyalists?
Because we have this whole generation of people who didn't grow up in the Dome, and maybe to them the Dome seems like a type of salvation. Like life out here is hard. Like,
Right.
the comforts of the Dome.
Okay.
Okay, so what do we call the faction?
So we're naming the faction of people who see the Dome as salvation and are trying to want to go back there.
Yeah.
Below the
And-
ads.
And
the Neo-Tlivers.
and an important thing to figure out here is this what they call themselves, or is this what the people who oppose them call them?
Ooh, that's a good point.
Because that's going to have a completely different color depending on which way we go with that.
I would say it should be what they've called themselves.
Okay. All right. So Yeah, I like that. So they are.
What about like second lifers or something like that?
That's excellent. That works on That works on multiple levels.
Oh, Second Life.
I had a friend that used to work for Second Life.
Oh.
Yeah, he was a programmer. But yeah, I like that, honestly.
Oh man.
And it could have been shortened to lifers at some point.
Yeah.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Yeah, lifers and casual conversation, but second life
Yeah.
is the actual name of
Yeah, like the official
yeah.
the name on their business cards is.
And they're sort of co-opting to live to mean moving back to Dome.
You know, this is going to sound so nerdy, but since the root of like the affix of the suffix of cliv is such a hard v sound, I'm wondering what would happen if we replaced the F in lifers with a V and called them livers.
Oh, nice. I like it. I like it a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Or second livers. No, that sounds like
No.
no, livers is better.
More livers for everybody.
Although, as much as we're drinking, I think we need second livers.
It's entirely possible.
Like Feldra doesn't have one liver.
Feldra has many. But yeah, I was just thinking how like our language builds on the words we've created before.
I agree.
Yeah.
Clive was so poor. Clive
I like
was
livers. Yeah.
livers.
Yeah. Second livers.
Oh my gosh.
I think that works great.
Excellent. Cool. And Danielle, if you want, you can do a scene, or
We can pass on the scene for this. I think this will organically come up
a
in.
disagreement made public. Yeah, I think it will.
Yeah, I think we can all imagine a couple of scenes.
Yeah, we're aiming at that. We're aiming. Awesome. Okay, then grab another card. Grab a card from the third deck, and then turn past Alex.
Ew.
Ah, sorry.
So the card I want to play, I do want to just take a moment and make sure with everyone. So I'm just going to post in the chat super quick. So take a moment to read the card.
Okay. Oh.
I'm going to take it down the route of potentially addiction, and I just wanted to know if that would, check in with everyone.
Ooh.
Personally, I'm fine with that.
I'm okay with that as well.
Yep, I'm okay.
Okay,
Thanks for checking, though.
of course.
What's it called? Oh
So-
man, that's a good card.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I drew this one a while back, and I've
This is the time for it. Yeah, nailed it. Okay.
So, I've decided what it's going to be called. It's going to be called New Key May, building off of Sun May. So NUKEMAY. And so if Sun May is art that we would stay up with until the sun touches us, and we would risk the sun for you, this is being consumed by the thing that is supposed to, in theory, would be a good thing, but is in fact a very bad thing. And I'm going to say it was something that Luyu engineered that was supposed to help people disconnect from the ads. But what happened was there are other botanists in Twilight, people who have less training than Luyu, because Luyu spent so much time in the dome. They took what Luyu was trying to create and made something worse. And they made something that almost zombifies people. You come out of it, but it is habit forming, and some people have died because they've wandered into the desert during the day. So you feel good. You don't notice the ads. You don't feel the weight of the situation, but it's almost taken itself to the point where you don't even feel like if you yourself are at risk. You don't feel pain. You don't feel any sort of sickness. You can starve if you take too much of it. It's too much good relief.
Yeah, it's like the proverbial mouse who can push the button to make himself feel happy, right?
There you are. Yeah.
Yeah.
And Luyu very much blames themselves for this, and has been trying to engineer something of an antidote. But the problem is people like it, and the other botanists keep making it now that they had a sample that they were able to build off of.
Right.
And so, kind of feeding into the previous word that we had about the second livers, how maybe this is another point of contention. Those from the dome who don't want to go back, at trying to fight against all of this. So if we did want to have a scene around all of this right now, fine. Otherwise, also happy just to let this pass and be something that we feed into another moment as well.
You could easily do this as if one person is getting affected. You could easily do this as not even necessarily a full scene, but just a brief description of one of the characters being affected by it briefly, and just as a thing where it's like,
I know it. I can definitely give a little description around that then. Stim, my partner, is a decommissioned medbot, like 3 generations old. So that's why everyone really likes Stim, because, they help people. But of late, all Stim has been doing is wandering twilight, treating people from sun sickness.
Okay.
Too much of Nukime, and found themselves in the desert during the day. So Stim has taken it upon themselves to check the perimeter every morning to make sure that there's no one out there, and if there is someone out there, to bring them back and care for them. So Luyu and Stim haven't really had a lot of time together lately, and it's put a strain on their relationship, compounded by the fact that maybe Luyu thinks Stim blames them for making this. Probably not true, but Luyu is really internalizing this.
Veldra absolutely blames Luyu. I'm sorry.
I figured you would.
Excellent.
And we'll even say maybe, Xenu, it's something that you brought back that I thought that I could make something great out of.
I bet it is, yeah.
So we're all kind of like partially in on this horrible accident that shouldn't have happened, and there's no putting it back.
Right.
Cool. All right, and that was tied to. Was that tied to Nocturnal, or am I?
It was tied to the original word Sunmay, which was tied to Nocturnal, correct?
Gotcha.
Except it's now the inverse. It's I would stay with you. Morning. Now it is I have to shut myself off so much that I wake up and hello, son.
Yeah, that sucks.
Oh, geez. So just basically what does it affect? How did it affect them again? They just go into like a
like a zombie. So sort of like if you've ever taken I don't know if you've ever had really intense painkillers or anything like that, but it's sort of like if you've ever taken a muscle relaxant or Vicodin or something, but much worse. So your whole body just kind of shuts down.
Yeah.
And it's the kind of thing where you take too much of it, your organs start to shut down. In this case, you find yourself wandering, but you don't feel anything. You have no sensation in your body.
Yeah.
Right.
Man, nice. Okay. So grab another card, and turn goes to Brian.
Okay, I am going to play Work. And the reason I'm playing that is because the people that have returned into the ecosystem of the domes are being offered the chance to do menial labor. So this is like the word that we're going to make up here is the work we do outside the dome. And to at least some of us, that work is virtuous, and whatever crap they're doing in there is not work. So
to piggyback off on that, this is the work that we do for ourselves.
Yeah. Okay. Right.
We reap the benefits of our own work versus the corporations taking the benefits from the people doing menial labor.
That's it. Oh, and I need to attach it to a. I think the obvious one is to attach it to negotiation for salvation.
Yep.
So yeah, that checks out. And again, I have I haven't come up with a good word for it yet. So let's brainstorm that.
So something that defies negotiation. So something maybe that means like just shutting down and not talking, or something like that.
Yeah, and and the stuff that we're doing out here, just like Danielle said, the stuff we're doing out here is for us. That might be a good hook for it too.
So to be clear, is the word for the work we do, which is for ourselves, or the work that they are going into the domes to do?
Oh, that's a good point. I don't know. Either way. Maybe what we do out here, we actually still call work. And
it can go either way, I think.
No, I like that actually. I like that a lot because I think we need a derogatory term for the stuff they're asking us to do.
Okay.
Yeah. This is work, but what they want us to do is have a job or something like that.
Yeah.
And I think that might be it.
Well, it's
because
almost like the gig economy,
Yeah.
The big
You're right.
happening now. Like it's not work because you don't get health insurance, but you do it, and it's super hard, and it's kind of the backbone of a lot of big companies now.
Right. And what we're doing is actual work, getting our hands literally dirty.
Yeah.
And if you work for a corporation, it's a job. And none of us have jobs. That's not how that goes. So, yeah, I like something, if not the word job, then something that works along those lines. Something that implies, yeah.
I was gonna say, I have like a decent one, but it would be for the opposite thing.
We could go that way too.
So sort of taking the word, like my heart's toil, and smashing them together a little bit and coming up with like heart soil, which goes back to like the idea of this, we're getting our hands dirty. But also it's for us, it has meaning. It comes from the heart.
I like that. And what they're asking us to do is not heart soil. Yeah. And therefore is empty and meaningless.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, let's go with that. That's good.
Heart soil?
Yeah.
Cool. Okay, let's see here.
And I don't know that we need a scene for this other than like Xeno returning to Twilight one day and literally having that rant. What those bastards are asking us to do is not heart soil. Anyone who's not willing to do that has no place here, that kind of thing. Yelling at some poor beleaguered NPC.
Somebody who's trying to fix up his truck.
Oh, man.
Yeah, somebody who's trying to fix up his truck and has obviously just come from his shift in the dome.
Yes!
Yeah, that's it. It's like, fuck you, I'll fix my own truck.
Like maybe they actually brought like a tool, like some new fancy tool from the dome, like some diagnostic device.
That's it.
Something.
That's
awesome.
And Xeno breaks it. That is not touching my truck.
And Duke reaches out and says, "No, it's coming out of my paycheck."
Yeah, just picks up some like just rusty spanner and smashes it.
I love that so much. Okay, cool.
Xeno's making so many friends.
So many. So many friends.
The corporate goons are coming for him first.
There. So you can grab age card, and we're now entering age 3.
Will do. And let's see. I'm gonna
Oh, whoops. I didn't mean to do that.
And Jim, if this is age 3, can we do the discard draw thing now, or is that?
Yes. Yes, feel free to discard if you wish to.
Ooh, I drew a great card.
Age 3 card. Actually,
Nice.
Ooh.
yeah, I'm actually going to discard this thing that I had from age 2.
Interesting.
And I'm going to draw
What else?
age 3. Okay.
You think we have time to do out full scenes for age 3?
How do we feel?
At least some of them, yeah. Like I think because just from what I'm looking at here with my choices for age 3, yeah, some of them would definitely benefit from a scene.
Yeah, I planned on playing a card that would hopefully give a scene to a card that didn't get a scene earlier. So yeah.
Nice. Okay. Yeah. I think it's a good way to wrap it up, and especially since a lot of stuff's culminating on that one. I agree.
Mm-hmm.
Well, let's take a look. So, Continue down the same pathway as you progress. So, what was foreshadowed has come to pass. The end of the isolation is near. There is no escaping it. A new portable corporate biosphere pops up just a few blocks from the solar slums. The luxurious culture and cool, easy temperatures seduce many away. Who stays and who leaves? How do those who leave change in look and behavior? Oh dear. So, let's see. I think it's to me.
Yep.
And let me see what I want to play here. Okay, we actually already kind of did the thing that's one of the cards I have here, so let me look at the other one. I like this one better. Okay. So there. Let's see. There are so many options here. So let me show the card I'm going to play.
Mm-hmm.
For you this. What we pass on. Children, newcomers, opportunities to pass on our language. Even now we are compelled to do so. So we make a connection, play on a previously defined word, explain how we teach this word to those who don't yet know. And we skip the build a word phase. In the conversation, explore passing on the word. Which we can either do or not. So I'm trying to think what would be the best candidate for it. And it's like... I feel like the word diad is gonna... I like the word, but I have a feeling it's going to... I think the best word we're gonna want to try to pass on is gonna be either... I think that could be green.
Yeah.
I feel like kind of playing it on... It could be green. It's either... we've already had stuff going on with the other stuff. So yeah, I think I want to play this on green if that's all right with folks.
I like it.
Yep.
And my click and drag has done that weird thing that sometimes happens to people, and I have not encountered it until now. So I'm trying to play this on green, and of course now it's dragging all over the place. Anyway. Yeah. I finally am encountering this thing. So
it's like Shaw's golf cart just creeping along.
It is kind of, yeah. That's totally what it is. Curses! Explain how we teach this word to those who don't yet know. So, I think that we're getting, as we get new folks coming out of the, just deciding for whatever reason to no longer deal with the dome. Let's see. If we get more in it, I think it's probably more and more going to be AIs, probably.
Oh,
new
yeah,
AIs
sure.
that they suddenly build new iterations of and they no longer need, so they discard them. That's still going on. So I think new AIs get taught the meaning of green. Probably during during the to live ceremony. Which I think is still... I think we still have it. The welcome ceremony that we still have. And which is still carried on. It becomes sort of a part of the orientation. And just sort of explaining this means something. Even though perhaps the numbers of them are different or smaller or... it's not the same as it was, so we have to teach them what it means. And see, if we did a scene, then that would be basically a scene showing that happening. I'm okay with passing on this one to get to other stuff if folks are all right with that.
Yeah. Similar, yeah. I think we can imagine it happening. Like,
awesome.
Green used to mean this to you. Now this is what it means.
Okay.
Yeah.
So before I can make that card tiny, I'm going to have to reload. So there we go. I think we're good. So yeah, then I have nothing to draw as we're in the third round.
Oh yeah.
So yes, there we go. So turn passes to L.
Okay. Okay. Let me see. Sorry, I had to sneeze.
Oh, yeah.
Breathing is helpful. It is good.
Yeah. One of those things you need to do.
Apparently. I'm paying top dollar lately to be able to breathe. That's I had to get, one of them machines you use attach to yourself at night, and then fail to sleep. It's so wonderful. Sorry, go ahead.
Okay, I'm going to play Unity Saying. When things look their darkest, this is what we say to remember who we are.
Oh.
So I like to tie this to nocturnal. That's one of the things that hasn't changed and is like something that's still pretty fundamental about our community.
Right.
And also when things look their darkest, perhaps both literally and figuratively.
Yeah. Maybe something like the sun will always set and we will still be here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Or just sunset, or something like that.
I use his phrase.
It is a phrase.
Or
Okay.
it says saying. It says saying.
Okay.
Yeah.
The name of our place is Twilight, and Cliv is probably one of our most important words.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
The sun also sets. No, wait, that's a book title.
But I do like the idea of like playing on the sunset because we don't like the sun. We stay away from it.
Mm-hmm.
For us, dark is actually has a positive connotation. So
Right, exactly. So,
the sun always goes away in the end. Right?
yeah.
Wouldn't it be neat if there was like an inverse of what is it? It's always darkest before the dawn.
Right.
So it's like it's always brightest before twilight.
It's always brightest before the sunset.
Yeah.
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 Actually, I like that. It's always brightest before twilight, or
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I like that too.
Yeah.
That's good.
It's always
Yeah.
brightest before twilight.
Yeah, because then we always carry Twilight with us, you know? Because
Yeah.
maybe at this point we feel like something, it's inescapable, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, Elle, are we good with that?
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Cool. All right. It's always brightest before twilight. Awesome. Cool.
I'd like to have a scene between Nova and Luyu because they haven't been in a scene together
Oh,
yet.
yeah.
Oh, cool.
Okay.
Time for courage. And you may have outsiders in the scene, which means we can have people playing other people if you want.
So I had a thought around that I wanted to float by the group. I feel like in corporate fashion, there would probably be tours of Twilight at this point.
Oh, crap. Oh, yeah.
I thought of that when you mentioned passing a word on to kids and how those tours probably have like families and maybe wandered off.
Yeah.
And we're trying to, and like, you know, how when you're observing a culture from the outside, like they're picking
Yes.
up what we are, but they don't understand who we are.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man, that might be part of the purpose of that new subdome, that new dome that just showed up, the new smaller dome.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, we're getting misery tourists.
oh my god.
Which is, yeah, that's a whole other thing.
Yeah.
I have a whole thing written out about Feldra's feelings about Cliv, and I need to get to say it. before this game ends at some point. I need Felcher to yell at somebody about it.
No.
Well, Feldra, do you want to be in this scene?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe now is the time, right? Like we'll have like
Yeah.
a core group on the periphery and maybe a couple break away because they overhear you talking about this very passionately.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So I lost who did we want to have in the scene? Feldra, was Luyu still in this or no?
Uh-huh. Feldra, Luyu, and Nova.
Okay. So Xenu and Shaw, do you two want to be playing tourists that wander off?
Yeah, totally. Do you want to be Brian? Do you want to be a couple that wanders off? And
I think we have to be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Look, the key question here is, do you have fanny packs or not?
Of course.
I think that's mandatory.
That's the height of fashion in the domes.
Yeah. It got fanny packs, and like even though it's night out, you have those like sun hats.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Excellent.
and cyber crocs.
Yeah.
Cybercross!
Cyber crocs and cyber socks.
You know what makes them cyber? They got little light up things on the heels when you walk.
That's it.
Oh my god!
You
And,
did it.
and because all the tourism happens at night, that is golden. So,
Oh my god!
So
Yes.
good.
Okay. I'm just sort of going around taking pictures.
All right, and I guess Nova and I are standing off to the side with Feldra. What did you want to talk about?
Have you seen the shirts that they're making in the new biodome?
Yes.
No.
They say, Twilight means to live.
What? Why?
Yeah.
Why? Why are they making this? What?
Because
we're
they-
crazy now.
They can sell it to people.
I wish I could say I was surprised.
They
They-
can go home, and when people ask them about it, they can explain the word that they learned while staring at us.
And completely missing the point.
It's not a word. It's not. Ugh. It's disgusting. And no one cares. I'm sure no one cares. I'm sure nothing.
You can't put a way of life on a shirt.
Hey, did you see the shirt that I just picked up?
Oh yeah, I should get one of those.
Yes,
And of
this
course,
is really cool.
we're from the dome, so we look like water polo players,
Yeah.
right?
This is really
Yeah.
cool. I think these would look even better on you. To be perfectly honest.
Oh, I mean, that's really flattering, sweetie. But
Oh man. Oh yeah, they've got some. Yeah. Who are these folks?
I don't know.
They have. Yeah. And it just quickly does that thing, sort of trying to make sure that the wallet is secure.
That's it.
Feldra looks like he's about to make a move for them.
Just slowly raising
for these tourists.
raising the.
Yeah.
It's just
And just for the visual, what does Feldra currently look like?
yeah. So Feldra still definitely looks like a brick laptop. V has gotten some cool spikes now, on their
That's it.
shoulders. It's just V's just trying to become more intimidating. not for the people inside of Twilight.
Oh, right.
For the people outside.
Well, just for my part, it works, which means Feldra now has a new phone and camera because I've dropped them and run. So.
Those are beautiful spots. Hey, where'd you... What?
And it felt suddenly very close to you.
And when you go to pick your camera up, Luyu lifts one hand. Like I can't really move my fingers anymore. I just kind of put it in front of your camera, and I look at you and I say, "No."
Nice.
Feldra says, "The word on your shirt. What does it mean?"
Doesn't it mean Twilight?
No.
That's what the guy said at the store.
You don't know what to live is. My programming was dissected and stretched thin on a gurney, and I was remade, and I became a new person. I fought to become me, and you want to come in here wearing a shirt that says Twilight is to live and take pictures of us like we're not people.
But like, I mean, you're people. That obviously. I mean, this is just what the guy at the guy at the store was selling these, and these. I mean, he's from around here, I think. So I mean, what's the deal?
Probably some second liver.
How old are you?
Let's make a decision here. I'm like 22.
You bought that shirt from the tour group, from the little store they probably walked you through before you came here.
Yeah. They were
probably
really nice.
Probably bought a snack, something to drink. Probably get something on the way back. Do you think they would have given you those things if you had not bought them?
That's how commerce works, right?
And if you were naked and if you were hungry, would they give you those things, or would you first must find a way to purchase those things or be discarded?
I think I'm gonna go now. This has been very, very interesting and educational. As they start sort of backing up. But clearly, apparently, I'm being here is upsetting you, so I'm gonna go.
Don't forget what Syl told you about their programming, about their code. Don't forget what Syl said about everything that they have gone through.
Okay. I don't think I'm going to forget this visit anytime soon.
Don't come back.
Okay, got it. Loud and clear.
Nova just from behind you guys, you just hear Nova go.
Turns and runs.
It's always brightest before twilight.
So young, so stupid.
Excellent.
Oh my god.
Okay.
Whose turn is it right now? What was that?
That was my turn.
Okay, good.
Okay.
I thought for a moment I might have lost count, but I did not. Good. Awesome. Okay. So yeah, that turn passes to Danielle.
All right, so I'm going to play this card. What we bring in. They start as whispers, but they grow. Voices that aren't our own gain prominence in the community. Pick a previously defined word. Explain why a foreign word for this concept has infiltrated our language.
Oh.
Build a word. Make a new word to replace the chosen word. using the create a word rules.
Oh, okay.
Ooh.
So this is basically, I think, the influence of the domes creeping outward
Yeah.
into our and I think I'm gonna play it on Sunday.
Oh no. which means that was the right choice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Damn it.
Yeah, because the domes aren't nocturnal because that doesn't matter to them.
Yeah.
So
And some of the livers are using that word.
yeah.
Yeah.
So we need a new word for someone you deeply care about.
Oh. And this is a dome word for it, right? That's
This is the dome word.
Ooh.
I feel like it should have some sort of monetary connotation. Like
nice.
instead of being someone you'd walk through the sun for, this is the person you'd pay $1 million for.
There you go. That's
Ah.
it. Something transactional. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Let me see if I can find a.
Either that or like referring to someone as your treasure or something along those lines.
Oh yeah, that's good.
Let's see.
So this is how the word changes?
This is a word coming in from the domes and replacing
Oh.
Yeah. So,
About valuable.
yeah.
Well, for tourist implied anything, they're all about commerce, right?
Yeah, that's why I was saying it should have some kind of monetary or transactional.
Yeah, something like you consider them to be valuable or
Treasure.
The pessimist in me that looks at marriage has always thought of it from a very corporate angle as a business arrangement.
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, what is the?
Oh, yeah.
Courtesan. No, wait.
So what if we could combine like the words business and treasure?
Yeah, like luxury item or something that you would pay a lot for. I'm trying to get.
How about like, so something that's just popped into my head was Procache, which CACHE, but as like a cache of things, and then pro as in professional.
Also, spelling cash that way makes it nicely cyberpunk.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Now, what's valuable inside of the domes?
Yeah, there you go.
Well, I would assume money because these are large corporations, right? I mean, they probably do have a currency.
Yeah.
Or maybe it's always like new things, right? Because they have currency. Maybe they're all about fast fashion,
Oh.
like everything needs to be the latest, the greatest, the iPhone X of ish.
Oh yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah. Because that's how we sustained ourselves, right? Was on their discarded generations of stuff.
Maybe this is like your fast friend.
Oh. Your social media friend.
Yeah. But
Yeah,
actually,
it's a cult of the new.
do you like that?
Yeah. Okay. Get over here.
Trying to think of like, you know, like when you like something on social media, it's a heart, right? But it's like a click.
Yeah.
Like I click on it. There's something people say to me sometimes, let's double click on that. You know, and they mean it's like go deeper, but it's also like, you know.
Yeah.
Like, you are my click.
Oh.
That's not bad.
Actually, it's not bad.
Also, it's kind of cute. I like that.
Yeah, click.
Yeah.
Okay, let's do that.
We go with click. Okay.
Oh, and it's so cold.
Oh, it is. It's awful.
Oh, I hate it.
Yep.
Oh. That's horrible.
There we go. Click.
I can hear you clicking in the background.
Yep. That's how it happens.
No.
We can pass on a scene for this one.
Yeah.
It's painful.
Yeah, it's just gross. I know.
Alrighty. Goes on to Alex.
All right. I'm going to play Fracture. A group defines itself by not using one of our words. Make a connection. Pick a previously defined word. Explain why a group has stopped using this word. Skip the build a word phase. In the conversation, explore the fracture.
Okay.
And the word I was going to pick is Seyalıoğlu, and it is the second livers, or the livers as we call them sometimes, that have chosen not to use that word and have probably replaced it with their own more corporate sounding word, something that would go over in a boardroom or in a negotiation, something that you picked up from those conversations. Maybe we don't know what that word is, but they will not acknowledge our word or use it anymore. They'll almost intentionally call us by the other word because they know it pisses us off.
Oh,
right.
Man. It's like some sort of that's intended as an honorific, but it's gotten twisted.
And so now it is a rift permanently between those who believe in Clive and the second livers.
I like it.
So I would just ask if people want to have a scene now, I think I'm fine with that. Or if we want to skip to the next card too, I'm also okay with that.
For me, describing what's going on is enough. But I mean, I'm up for a scene. But I think it sounds like it's widespread enough that we're seeing the rift.
Yeah, I would agree.
We are very close to the end too, so this would be like second to last. It's like second to last.
Well, why don't we get the last word and then maybe do a scene off of that word and see what we can incorporate into that?
Sure.
Okay.
Like a way to close this out.
Alrighty. So it's to Brian then.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna play Symbol of Hope.
Oh, nice.
You're welcome. So it's we see a beam of hope when things are most dire. We turn to this, a moment of hope in the darkness, and this does sound like the kind of thing that we could have a scene and incorporate a lot of the other stuff into, because a lot of this stuff is going to be very dark. So what is our symbol of hope though?
What are you attaching it to?
Oh crap! Yeah. Again, my instinct is to put it on nocturnal, but let me see what else we have. It's kind of got to be nocturnal. Let me see.
Or it could be rogue botany too. I mean, maybe we found something. Can we combine aspects? Can we use two aspects to define something, Jim?
Yeah, why not?
I don't see why not.
It's our game. Anarchy.
Yeah.
All right. So I'm right there with you. Oh, hell, this is great. We talked about the night blooming cacti.
Yes.
And maybe one of them. Like maybe we've either found or cultivated. Oh, I think we cultivated a new one, and it's noctilucent. So it glows with the same brightness of the phase of the moon.
I love it.
Beautiful.
Cool. Yeah, and actually now it's becoming even a tiny bit self-sustaining at this point, so that it's
right. And just like a lot of movements have flowers as their symbols, this is going to be ours.
This is the symbol of Tliv.
Yeah, there we are. That's Tliv, motherfuckers. Not not what you have on your shirt. There we are.
So what's the name of the flower?
That's a good call. What?
No, did you just make that word up?
It just means a thing that glows at night. Noctilucent.
Noctilucent. Because you just got me super excited. I love. I'm sorry. I'm a language nerd. Noct is such a great sound. I want to smash it with something.
Let's start with that then. Let's use that as our base. What do we call it? What's the flower from the cactus? Our symbol is the Noct is a good way to start. I'm with you.
What was the name of that cactus species again?
Wasn't
that where we got Seyalıoğlu? It was Seyalıoğlu?
No, we got
it was
Silhouette and
that was
Eventide.
Silhouette, that's right.
Yeah, but it was during that we were looking it up. Let me Google that again. Night blooming cactus is still on my list. Let's see. I think all I have is a genus name. Let me see if I can find a common name for it. Night blooming cereus, Cereus, is the common name referring to a whole bunch of different kinds of cacti that bloom at night.
Oh, actually, remind me, when this was going back to like age 1, did we decide that we kind of revered our elders? Or like
yes.
Well, what if we combine Noct with Sil?
Oh.
Seyalıoğlu is dying by half of our group, but
I
would be playing part of it.
What about like Seyalıoğlu?
Seyalıoğlu.
Okay.
Seyalıoğlu.
Yeah.
Yes.
Also, that's just a neat sounding word.
It is.
So how are we spelling Seyalıoğlu?
Like Silo from Seyalıoğlu and then Noct and O-T on the end.
Yeah, I like that. I agree with that.
So actually, I didn't hear. I'm sorry. Sil from S-I-L.
Silhounoct.
O-C-T. Seyalıoğlu. Here we go. There we go. And so then, Brian, you get to set up this scene. That's, darkness.
I think literally everyone should be in this scene. So, because if this is our final scene, we need, and we can wrap up all of the rest of this. I mean, there aren't that many of us left. I get the sense that I don't think any of us have gone to work in the domes. So I think it still fits that all of us are. I mean, if we're playing the type, we're back in whatever works as a bar again this time. Like Zeno has been spending more and more time away from Twilight, but so like one of the few times he's come back. Okay, how about this then? I like this in order to make things just super dark. He's brought back the body of someone that wandered off, that wandered farther than Stim would have found, due to the drug. So he's brought someone back, and we're having a funeral service for him.
Okay.
Either it's again, I think it's a wake. So we're celebrating the life.
Okay, so the body's not actually there. It's more that we were doing a wake. Yeah. Okay.
The body is whatever we do with bodies here, but we're and this was a person that had not gone to work. This was one of us that just got hooked on the drug and wandered off.
Mm-hmm.
So we're celebrating.
Have they been returned to the soil so that we may?
They have. Oh, and maybe even worse. Maybe this was one of our elders. That's it. Yeah,
and that's why anyone who remains would be there, right? Someone who's to us all.
Yeah, like one of the founders. So literally everyone's here. Yeah.
Okay.
And I think Zeno looks to Nova first to say something as the celebrity.
Sure. So Nova, if we have like any kind of stage-like area, Nova gets up, and I'm carrying a turquoise, it's like a roll of fabric in my hands. And when she gets up, do we have a name for this person who died?
Not yet. Let's come up with one.
Can take one from the
Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah.
We have a list of names.
Mm-hmm.
about Omar.
Nice. I like that.
All right. So Nova gets up. I'll get up in front of everybody and say, Seyalıoğlu Omar was a pillar of our community. They were always there to help those who were struggling with to live, those who needed that support. I don't think it would be a stretch to say that Seyalıoğlu Omar was the sunmay of nearly everyone in this city. And we will always remember them. To honor their passing, I've done some heart soil of my own and made this, and she'll unroll the fabric, and it's in turquoise, the color of the welcomers, but the emblem on it is the Seyalıoğlu, the night blooming cactus. And Seyalıoğlu Omar was one of the people who chose this symbol for our community. It's only fitting that we honor them now by raising this banner for them. And Nova I'll get down off of the stage. But I'll leave the banner behind.
Yeah, Zeno steps forward, holding his jar of cactale. We've lost a lot. Maybe too much. But from now on, anyone who stays here, anyone that goes, knows the true meaning of heart soil. Until the last one of us stands here, we can call ourselves Seyalıoğlu. Thanks to people like Omar, and thanks to every one of you. At least we can look to that when the sun has gone below the horizon. I'll raise my glass.
Anyone else wish to share words about Omar?
Shaw will reluctantly sort of hobble forward. And it looks as though he's not bleeding, but he actually is slightly wounded in that he's it looks like he's recently torn out one of his newer upgrades that he had. And he just sort of looks very, very tired and much older than he usually looks, even though he's not the oldest person present. Omar and I knew each other for a long time. And we argued so much. All day, we'd argue all night, and we'd do it all day too if we didn't need to sleep. And it took the bastard dying to finally prove to me what he was always trying to prove. But gotta look forward. Can't just keep digging in the past. He was a Seyalıoğlu. And I tried talking to them others, them dome folk, but not anymore. It's not gonna happen anymore. Tried trading with them, tried doing everything. But we've got to hold up. Now we've got, there may be hope. We can work together. To make it all mean something. There is Seyalıoğlu. We're gonna make it happen. I can't.
Thank you, Shaw.
Steps.
Anyone else have words to share?
Feldra gets up and goes to the front and stands there awkwardly because he hasn't gotten any better at talking in front of large groups of people. And says, Seyalıoğlu Omar took me in when I was going through the first part of Clive, and they gave me space, and they allowed me to watch what they did in their day to find my own meaning for what it is to be out here. And then just kind of stands there for a little bit in silence.
Nice.
Nova will offer a hand if you would like.
Yeah, Feldra takes Nova's hand.
And as they finish, and Stim is standing off to the side. Luyu is off in the back. And Stim kind of walks up beside Feldra and, moving their many limbs along, bobbing and agreeing. Seyalıoğlu Omar's was there for me too. It is in their home that I met my son May. It is through them that I knew myself. There is a pattern in this world, and we live it. And I believe, Seyalıoğlu, in all things we shall be green again one day. And Stim walks off the stage, and Luyu says nothing at all.
And then I guess Nova will sort of move back to the center, and as just a way of saying goodbye to everyone and dismissing this, she says, remember, despite everything we've gone through as a community, it's always brightest before twilight. That's it for me.
I think that's a good way to end that scene.
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
We got real serious there.
I have something in my eye.
We are entering the legacy. So the last moments or the aftermath, and I shall read from our path that we have chosen. The biosphere adjacent to the solar slums grows into many and is on the brink of becoming one large corporation under the umbrella of the original. It's now impossible to live in the slums without spending time in a biosphere because they've cut off supplies. In what ways have the two cultures melded? How have they changed each other? And is anything left of our solar slum culture? So, in the Legacy, we are to narrate an epilogue. Going to deal one Legacy card to each player. Let me get out the Legacy cards, and that's what we're going to use. Okay. Let me go ahead and shuffle it first. Alright. Let me go ahead and reduce that. Let me reduce the symbol of hope down to a tiny card. And,
Oh no.
No.
I actually
Thanks,
kind of like
Jim.
that being the biggest card on the table right now.
Yeah, right?
Feeling that.
No. Alright, gonna deal them out. Okay. And, so you choose one of the prompts on the Legacy card and deliver a short narrated epilogue for either your own character or the isolation as a whole. And, so let me go ahead and see what I got here.
Oh, okay. I got a good one.
We'll go around. So I choose one option for your final narrated epilogue. It may be about your character, the isolation as a whole, and your story. So I've got choices here of either an assumption the outsiders make about you, or a feeling of relief in your new life, or the shame that comes with loss. I think I'm actually going to choose for Shaw. I'm going to choose a feeling of relief in your new life, because, well, actually, no. You know what? No. Because I just remembered, it's like, I was thinking in terms of the previous scene, but then I was like, but then we read what happens after that. So I'm gonna actually go with, I think I'm gonna go with the shame that comes with loss. I think for Shaw, the sentiment is good, but it is too late, for him to make meaningful change. I think that he is forced to trade goods that he no longer wants to trade. He's forced to deal in things he no longer wants to deal in, and has to start supplying things to people in the dome. Unfortunately, trading off some of what he was, and he no longer having, who he had previously to lean on. He eventually has to make it work. He has to trade in his golf cart for their public transport, and is now just among the many faceless. No longer has much outside. Holds on to what he can on the outside of that, but is forced to do what he's just decided he's not going to do anymore. And I think that's what we see of Shaw.
Okay. What I've got is what can be learned from the rubble and ruin, or tensions between you and the outsiders, or a hard decision made in secret. I'm going to go with tensions between you and the outsiders. I think that, human people can go back into the domes, and that's fine, but the AIs who are housed in robots made from cobbled together stolen parts and bootleg programming, the Ukrainian tractor hackers.
Oh yes.
Who basically they're like the there's programming in some tractors, and there are some people in Ukraine who have been cracking that programming so that farmers can actually use their tractors. And you've all these, these cracked AI, and they can't just re-enter back into the society of the biospheres because the corporation doesn't want them there. So Feldra is like staying in Twilight and heading up just like a group of other AI who are staying there, and there's a few places where they can safely be, and they keep a watch, and they just live sort of in fear. And there's probably another group that's gone and wandered off into the desert to try and find somewhere else to live, but this is Feldra's home, and V isn't leaving.
I have either a grave misunderstanding, sharing a memory of the old ways, or coming across the rubble and ruin. And I'm going to use sharing a memory of the old ways. Nova's always been the person who travels between the domes and Twilight to try to help people escape or get out or, transition into their new life. And I don't think she would stop doing that even if Twilight was falling apart. She's probably in contact with Feldra and Veer group of AIs, at least a little bit, so she can continue helping rescue deprogrammed AIs and bring them to the community. And while she's there, while she's in the dome, she tries to share what she can of things like Tliv and hard soil, so that those concepts don't die with the passing of Twilight.
I have either How You Will Be Remembered, or Out of the Ash a Seedling Sprouts, or Cast Out Again and Again. I was going to go with Cast Out Again and Again at more of a community kind of level. So if Xenu wanted to go first, I'd be totally okay with that. If you had something in mind for your character, or
yeah, mine can go anywhere.
Yeah, go for it.
Okay. The one I'm choosing is A Ritual for the Dead. And given the scene that we wrapped up with, this does kind of fit nicely with it. So the dome still needs people to go out into the desert, and Xeno's one of the few people who can still do it. And which means that he's a smuggler now. So he has permission to leave, and he is ferrying things to, for example, to Feldra and Nova. And the other thing that he does is whenever a Twilighter dies, even though we're all effectively living in the dome now, Xeno makes sure that they do not get cremated as the people in the dome would have it done. He makes sure that that body is taken out into the desert and handled properly. So he's smuggling just about everything he can. And it's bittersweet when he gets to visit Feldra, because it also means someone died.
So, wow. So I guess then the last one will be Cast Out Again and Again. And since these things move in cycles, say over time, another faction forms, but this time one led by this, the AI that lived in Twilight, because their memories are perfect. They have a perfect recollection of who we were as a people and our language and our culture, and maybe among yourself, a new Twilight starts to grow, but one that exists in the cloud, in the data. And it's not a physical place, but it's a place that they carve out, and they find solace there. And one day Luyu dies, because Luyu was old when all of this started, and Stim will still be alive long after Luyu is gone. And maybe in this, another small revolution starts, and eventually, over time, it's the inverse of the meme that invaded Twilight, but now it's Seyalıoğlu. And maybe that's what they call the chat room that starts, and then the chat room.
Yeah.
Awesome.
So.
And so we have hit the end. And so ends the story of the isolation. Take a few moments to reflect on the experience and talk openly about the game and the story you've told together. Consider discussing how are you feeling? Did anything unexpected happen? Which parts of the language are going to stick with you? How will you remember this story? You are the sole speakers of your dialect now.
I'm sad.
I know, me too.
I know.
This game is full of sadness. How it works.
Me too. But it was really cool.
Yeah. I have the sad.
It was surprisingly moving.
Yeah, I agree. Just reading through the rules, I wasn't expecting that. That was, but yeah, that was great. I thought we told some really good stories. And yeah, I mean, I feel like I know these people.
Mhm.
Yes. I think having the words to attach to things also really makes the culture come alive.
Yeah.
I don't think I'm ever going to look at a cactus the same way again.
Oh, the cactus.
No, I absolutely loved how there seemed to be this nice balance among us between those who like to take words from English and just repurpose their definition, and then like trying to like amalgamate these sounds.
Yeah.
Because I grew up in a bilingual household, and so like there are certain the games like this make me rethink the things my own mother used to call.
Oh
me.
wow.
Because she would combine words in Spanish to mean something else, and it's something like I don't think of it objectively until something like this is happening, and I'm
Right.
like, oh right, yeah, that's totally like
Cool.
words put together. It's something that I was called that since I was born, 3 years old. That's just what I was called.
Yeah, that's cool.
That's awesome. That's so
So
awesome.
I definitely got that feeling from this. We've only been playing for like 3-4-ish hours, and it
Yeah.
totally feels like we had that.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Well, and I thought that the imposition of each age really helped with that too, because it forced you into coming up with ways that things changed. That was really good, because just coming up with a group of people and their language would have been neat, and I think it still would have been fun. But I like, I like the way that the change worked mechanically.
You have to react, and language reacts too.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow. Well, this is awesome. I'm so glad we got to play this. I'm utterly delighted, and as folks who have watched me do stuff before will probably note, I enjoy games that make me sad.
I almost cried on this stream, and that would have been a first.
Yeah, I know a little bit there.
I know.
I did cry, but my video was off.
If we'd all just closed our cameras at the same time.
Everyone's like,
No, I'm gonna give props to Nova for that one. That funerary service was something else.
Wow.
Beautiful job weaving all of the words together. Did you have note cards or something?
I have
I see that. Agreed.
Yeah, I wrote all the words down age by age with their definition.
That was good.
Nice.
Yeah.
So
I
good.
could pull from them very easily.
That was really good. Well, we're gonna then get out of here. We're gonna do our outros. I'm gonna go as is traditional. We will go the reverse way from where the way we started, and the way we've been going this whole game. Just go around and you can ask folks to. We're gonna go and ask folks. We will say what you if you have any final thoughts about the game, and then where folks can find you and anything you've got going on. I've got your Twitter links that I'm going to throw out via the bot, but if you've got any other links you want to throw in there, feel free to put them in the chat as well when you're talking about them. And we are going to start with Brian.
Thanks a lot for writing this, and thanks everybody for playing. It was awesome, and I think we kind of just talked about what we thought about the game, but I'll reiterate, I thought it was great. I will play with any of you anytime, any game. So let's do that again. I'm Brian Cooksey. I use he, him pronouns. Follow me on Twitter for random gaming stuff. I also am one of the hosts of the Armor Goes Clank podcast. Just Google that. And again, thanks a lot. And thanks for watching.
Yay. And let us move on to Alex.
Hi, I am Alex Wolf, also ALYXWULF on Twitter. My pronouns are they, them. I will also gladly play with all of you green people again. I will be at Gen Con in August running games with Monty Cook Games.
I will also be at Gen Con.
Yes! I will also have a copy of Dialect on me because a bunch of us are going to try to get together to play it one night.
Nice.
So, yes, we will talk. But yes, I predominantly GM Cypher games. I predominantly GM things that are heavy on character and narration. So, always happy to run a game. This was wonderful. Had a ton of fun. Looking forward to the next one, Jim. Thanks again for letting me participate. This was delightful.
Thank you so much for coming. This was wonderful. Let us move on to Danielle.
Hi, I'm Danielle Maurer. I'm at Raconteur on Twitter. I'm also at Thalialata on Instagram. If you like cosplay, you can follow me on Insta. I do an awful lot of cosplay stuff there. My Twitter is mostly tabletop RPGs and also fantasy and science fiction writing and books. Because that is the world that I live in. I will sadly not be at Gen Con, although I wish I was going to be Gen Con. But if you're coming to Dragon Con later this year, after Gen Con, you can find me there. I do a weekly D&D 5e stream called Dungeons and Deductibles that follows a group of fantasy insurance claims adjusters as they work through their caseload. So if that sounds amusing to you, trust me, it's just as amusing to us. They are currently accidentally just ended up in the Shadowfell because a forest vanished. So if you want to come find out what happens, that's Wednesdays at 7:30 Eastern on twitch.tv/Phantom Roll Booth. I will also be on at Scraticus's channel on May 26th at 7 p.m. Eastern. I am DMing an adventure called A Heart of Bitter Cold, which is going to be a Feywild adventure. High level too. The players are going to be level 12. So if you want to see some higher level play, I encourage you to come say hi.
Awesome. Thanks so much. And finally, let's go to Elle.
Hi, I'm Elle Schulman. You can find me on Twitter at Occasional L. L is spelled with one E and two L's. I'll also play with any of you people ever. Like, my words are gone because we've been playing for 4 hours.
We used all the words.
I used all of my words. Let's see. Things that I'm doing. You can find the games that I've written at occasional.itch twitch.io. You can find me tomorrow on Katie Face's channel playing in Jim's Inspector's game. You can find me on Thursdays at twitch.tv/harpydora running Dungeon World. You can find me on Saturday playing Masks for Roll for Changes Masks game. So I retweet things on my Twitter whenever those things are. I organize Non-Binary TTRPG Month, which is in August. So you can follow the Twitter for that at Non-Binary TTRPGM. I'm starting to bring stuff out of storage to get ready because that's less than 3 months away and I need to prep. So I think that's all the things.
Yay! So many things. Awesome. As for me, I'm Jim Ryan. You can find me at OtherDoc on Twitch and Twitter. My website is jimyesthatjim.com, where you can find my Geek Observation podcast and links to my various other podcasts, audio dramas, writings, and such. I've got links down below to my website, Twitter, YouTube channel, and the most recent short story that I have released. So what's happening? Tomorrow, Inspectors is happening over on Katie's channel. That's Katyfaise. Happening that afternoon. We actually get to go on some real cases. I think it's going to be awesome. Then on Wednesday evenings, early evenings, over on back on this channel, we are doing a short campaign of Tremulous this month. We're going to be doing episode 3, and they've just found out that they have apparently raised the ire of the Darkling Witch out in Siberia, and so they're having to deal with that, which will be delightful. Then on Friday afternoons and Saturday and Sunday mornings, I play video games. On Saturday, this coming Saturday, we're going to take a stab once more at resuming the Cold Ruins of Last Life, which is run by Matthias. That is Dungeon World, but we're undead. So it'll be hopefully we're at a climax here coming up, and hopefully we can get to play and get that going. That Saturday night, I am going to be over on Unmade Gaming for their charity stream that they run for Extra Life for Kids. I am going to be running Inspectors there as well. I'm going to be doing a one-shot. Bringing that to the channel. I'm very excited to do that. I've gotten to play on there once. I've not gotten to run anything over there yet, so nervous but also excited, and really looking forward to that. And then, of course, 1 week from today, Sunday, in this time slot, we will have one more game of Dialect to close out the month. For the most part, we might possibly, I have to look and check, but we might be able to fit one more person in to that game. That is, if there's any interest in that, sign-ups are available from the link down here just to sign up, or go to jimyesthatjim.com and click on Game Sign Up. Invisible Sun sign-ups have closed. I need to actually take that down from the website. We had a crazy number of people sign up. And so I got to figure out how to navigate how many people I actually am going to have in the game as guest PCs. We'll get to that. That's going to be coming up probably sometime in June. But thank you so much, folks, for watching. When we go to the end card, I am going to execute a raid on Variant Roles. They are doing Urban Shadows right now, powered by the Apocalypse game. I am addicted to Urban Shadows. That's one of the sad games I was in over on Off the Table. It's the saddest game. So much delicious sadness. And it looks like I don't know if they're wrapping up or not, but I'm going to go ahead and send us over there. So anyone who wishes to may hang out and say hi to them. But in the meantime, folks, thank you so much for watching. Take care. And I will see you all of a sudden. Farewell.